Oh, hey, I'm live, everybody. Look at that. All right, everybody, we're doing a special Sunday night. No, wait a minute. It's Saturday night. We're doing a Saturday night mushroom party tonight. So buckle up, everybody. I'm not even ready yet. I still got my shit playing in the other room. And it should be an interesting evening. All right, we'll get that turned off. We'll get ourselves some marijuana to smoke. And then we will get started for the evening. I'll give my ma'am a tug in case she's watching. All right. So by all means, feel free to chat, say hello. I can see we got some people lurking that aren't chatting and saying hello, but you're welcome to. And I guess we'll just start the evening off like a regular old live stream. Did I see your trucks? No, I did not. Did you post them on the Discord? If you're posting stuff on the Discord and you want to make sure I see it, make sure you tag me in it because I don't do a whole lot on the Discord. So chances are, if you just post something over there, I will not have seen it. Neil is present. All right, looks like I got a message on the Discords. Let me see what the message on the Discords it says. I don't have a message on the Discords. Why is it telling me I have a message on the Discords? Oh, it's on Shirley's Discord. Somebody posted. All right, clear all that shit out. I went back to my Discord and couldn't understand why I couldn't find the chat. So again, this is going to be an evening. 2017 Colorado. Nice. I have forgotten to turn the lights off for the night. I've come in here in the morning to turn them on, only to find them already on. So I've definitely forgotten to turn them off before. I've also come in to turn the lights off at night at like 11 o'clock and remembered only then that I never came in here early and fed everybody. And so, like, oh, it's too late now. And I just go ahead and turn the lights off. Doesn't happen often, but it is, it does happen occasionally. Yeah, that's what I figured. The fish, whatever. One night isn't going to wreck them or whatever. It might throw them off their stride for a day or so, but it's no biggie. Hey, Eugene, how are you this evening? All right, I have eaten mushrooms several times throughout the day today. I started off by what I thought was going to be a microdose. I ate 2 little chunks of cap about that big, and we went shopping at the BJ's Wholesale Club, and they kicked in surprisingly fast. I'm used to my cookies that take like 2 hours to kick in, and these kicked in while we were on the way to BJ's. Now, I wasn't driving. My wife was driving, so I was just sitting in there enjoying the ride. So I was tripping the whole time I was in BJ's, and then we went home. We went to CVS, and we went into Walmart and looked at plants and stuff. And so I've been tripping all day, but it's been these sort of low grade. I've sort of eaten a little more and eaten a little more just to kind of keep this low grade buzz going. A little bit of visuals, just a little bit of enjoying it. And so I'm going to finish this bag off tonight, and hopefully about a half an hour or so, this batch will be kicking in. Now, this is probably the amount that I've eaten all day combined. I'm going to eat it all at once now. So it should be a pretty interesting trip once it gets rolling on to me. I do have some better looking mushrooms. This is all just like the ground up ends and little bits and pieces and whatnot. I don't know how well you can see that, but it's the mushroom equivalent of what you would think of as shake. And so what I was going to do was eat something better. Steve gave me a bunch of mushrooms. He gave me some really nice looking mushrooms. I was going to eat some of those, but then I thought, you know what? I am going to just go ahead and stick with what I've been eating because I don't want to eat something else that's going to give me some different kind of buzz. I'm already a little familiar with what this has been doing to me today. So let's just go ahead and finish this bag off. It doesn't look great, but we'll see what that does. And it's a lot of really crumbly powder, so there's more in there than you think weight-wise. I know it doesn't look like a lot, but it packs a little bit of a wallop in there. So I guess the easiest way to do this will just be to tear the corner of the bag off. All right, everybody, here we go. Oh, it's so nasty. Yeah. What I do when I eat mushrooms, chew them up into a mushy glob and swallow them like a giant mouthful of pills. Ugh. Now we're picking mushrooms out of my teeth for the next half an hour. All right, everybody. It's a done deal. Can't undo it now. I guess I could go stick my finger down my throat, but I ain't doing that. So we're in for the ride tonight. I have no idea what you guys are going to get. You may watch me standing in the corner for half an hour, wondering if I'm ever going to do anything. I don't know. And I did just eat some by accident about 25 minutes ago. I wasn't thinking about it. I wasn't paying attention. I was just looking at some, and I threw a couple pieces in my mouth and ate them. And I was like, oh, shit, I'm supposed to be saving these for the live stream. So I might get a little bump any minute now of a few that I ate. But that was a lot that I just ate. That was, again, I've eaten twice today. And on both individual times, I never ate that much. So that was probably about as much as I ate combined all day today. So I got a nice buzz off of those amounts. And so we'll see what what I just ate does to me. And let me show you. I've never seen mushrooms this good looking before. I've gotten a lot of mushrooms over the years, and even when I lived in Florida, I got some that were fairly freshly picked. But these things look like they were just like hand picked by somebody. You can still see like the attachment point where it was growing off of whatever it was attached to. But that is an absolutely amazing looking mushroom. And I've got a bag full of 3 of these. So these I'm saving for Steve and I's day out on the water. We're going to each eat one of these and trip our balls off. I think one of those would be amazing. So I'm really, really looking forward to these. So again, I didn't want to eat this. I'm saving this for, this is the really, really nice one I'm saving for Steve. But he gave me some other ones. I got 2 or 3 other bags of mushrooms in the other room. So I got lots of mushrooms. So if we have a good time tonight and it works out, maybe we'll do this more often. At least, I guess, as often as I can. I suppose you can't do mushrooms too often. All right, let's get feeding some fish before I forget about doing that, because they need to get fed too. And Steve also gave me the last little bit of some store-bought stuff that he got. So we'll start by dabbing on that a little bit. Still got those damn mushrooms all in my mouth. That was a pretty good dab. I do have to say that while I've been tripping and doing dabs, or even just hitting off my bowl, it just ramps it up to the next level. It's not like doing a bong hit at all. It's like twisting up your trip. It's like eating an extra mushroom like all at once. I don't know. It's interesting. All right, let's get on with the feedings of everybody's. My shrimp tank busted in the other room. The tank I have in my shower came in and it was drained empty. And I filled it back up with water and it drained again within about 2 hours. So I don't know if the seam is broken. It doesn't look like the glass on the bottom is cracked. It looks like the seal is broken, but it just drains really fast. So I got in there and I scooped out as many of the shrimp as I could get. I'm sure there's probably still a few in the muck at the bottom I wasn't able to root out. But I got most of the shrimp out of there. Most of them I put into my betta tank where I've already got some shrimp, but a lot of them I actually threw in the pond, and I was able to watch some of the larger ones make it to the bottom and get down into the rocks and stuff without the fish getting to them. So we'll see. Maybe we'll actually have shrimp in the goldfish pond going forth. I don't know. All right, let me get caught up on a few comments here. I'm kind of down for this too, Daniel. I told my wife earlier this is when I was actually tripping. Actually, I'm still tripping harder than I realized. All the colors and shit are changing on my tablet as I'm looking at it. I said to my wife earlier, I kept yawning. I wanted to take a nap. I was like, I'm either thinking about taking a nap or doing a live stream. And she just looked at me like I lost my fucking mind. And she said, do you think that's a good idea? And I said, well, I don't think it's a bad idea. I said, I haven't decided whether I think it's a good idea yet, but I don't think it's a bad idea. And she's like, all right. I said, it's either that or a nap. And she's like, dude, you ate mushrooms. You're going to go take a nap? I was like, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. She's like, that'd be kind of a waste of your mushrooms, wouldn't it? Like, yeah. So here we are. And no, the floor has not yet melted. Well, you know, Daniel, I actually came in here earlier. One of those is definitely not like the others. Is it an earthy taste? You've ever had mushrooms at all, even cooked ones? Well, these don't taste like regular mushrooms, like if, you know, like a shiitake or something like that. These definitely have a very unique sort of flavor. It's not so much, I don't know, I guess earthy might be in there somewhere. It's mushroomy. It just tastes like mushrooms. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a really musky sort of flavor. I don't know. It tastes like mushrooms. Shirley. Yeah, but no, I definitely don't think I'm going to be tripping to the moon tonight. Again, with what I ate, I should get a pretty fucking intense trip out of it compared to what I had earlier, because it's not like I didn't have a relatively intense trip. I was thinking about that while I was tripping earlier. I was thinking about doing this live stream, but let me get caught up on these comments. Oh, this is going to be a rough night. I'm going to have such a hard time keeping track of all this shit. Doubling up on the bushings by smoking the weeds, probably not the best ideas. It is a good idea. Oh, doubling up on the mushrooms of smoking the weed. And I did make sure I wore my sexy pants just for Anita tonight, and I even rolled up my the legs of my underwear so it actually just looks like I'm wearing my shorts tonight. No, hopefully I will not be falling into the pond either. How do you like that? How's that for some sexy leg? All right, let's move on to the next tank. So earlier I was thinking about doing this live stream. I'm going to try not to spend so much time feeding tonight. Obviously, if we're having a mushroom live party, you guys are probably going to want me on camera more than the stupid fucking fish that we see all the time. But that's exactly along the lines I was thinking of when I was thinking about going live earlier. Like, how would I do it? What kind of live stream would it be? And in my mind, I was just sort of going into it thinking about, well, I'm sure I could handle it. I could just, we'll do a live stream. We'll go around. And like, I caught myself being stuck in this mentality of like when I was a teenager, you always had to hide the fact that you were tripping. It wasn't a like, hey, look at me on fucking mushrooms. It was like a be cool, dude. Keep it together. Like, nobody's going to know you're tripping if you just be cool. And then I'd like, what the fuck is the point of doing that? Like, why do a live stream and then just like be cool and like act like I'm not tripping the whole time? So then the other thing I got to thinking about was like the whole head trip part. Once like if it gets up like heavy, if you've never had any experience tripping personally, I try not to go into any length of trying to describe what it's going to be like for somebody. You're trying to set someone's expectations and what you can think. There's really no way you can do it. You just have to trip and experience it because it's it's its own thing. There's just no way you can really explain to somebody what it's like. But there are a few aspects of tripping that seem to be universal. And if I was going to be coaching somebody that was new to it, one of the things I would say be aware of is at some point during your trip, especially with LSD, not so much with the mushrooms, but especially with acid, you'll get to a point where you get really up in your head and you start thinking about what you're thinking about, and you think, like you'll say something that wasn't supposed to be funny, but somebody will laugh, maybe not even at what you said, but you'll take it the wrong way, and then you'll get all up in your head about it, and then you'll start wondering what they meant by that, and why are they looking at you like this, and and it can snowball out of control really fucking quickly if you let it. So that's the one thing I do sort of coach people about, like expect that to happen at some point. And when it starts to happen, just dismiss it. Just recognize it for what it is. It's just the acid fucking with your head. Nobody's fucking with you. Nobody cares. Everybody's just tripping. Nobody even noticed what you just said. It's all in your head. Move on. Just, again, acknowledge it, and it's part of your trip, and you'll get over it in a few moments. And then once you get past it, everything, you'll start laughing and having a good time again. So I was wondering if like I would go through that phase of my trip, like on camera, and all of a sudden start getting really self-conscious and wondering whether I should have done this, or what are these people really thinking about me, and like having some fucking existential crisis on camera. But then I decided that's for fucking amateurs. I've done this before. This ain't my first fucking rodeo. I'll eat them goddamn mushrooms. Show you all what a trip's like. All right, let's smoke some more weed while we're talking about it. Well, you can tell her you're welcome, Shirley. Yeah. Well, again, I was just tickled and flattered when she told me how fabulous I look in my shorts, and so now I always smile when I think about them. All right, that was actually some just regular old marijuana in a bowl with no goo drizzled on it. That was a different experience. All right, everybody, you're gonna have to work with me here. The other thing I am worried about is you all being disappointed and saying, well, that was a fucking whole lot of nothing. Could have been just any other live stream. If he hadn't told me he was on mushrooms the whole time, I wouldn't even have known it. But when I was outside earlier, again, I didn't eat a ton, maybe like a gram with each dose I took. And before the weather clouded over and the storm started rolling in, the sun was shining this afternoon. And I was sitting out in the garden and just watching all the, we got a zillion flowers blooming right now. And of course, there's a million little bugs and bees and shit flying everywhere. And we got birds all over the place. And it was a lot going on. And I was just really, really grooving on it. And then once it started getting gray and cloudy, I thought, oh, I'll go down the basement. I got a whole damn room full of fish. I go down there. And I did, and I don't know. I wasn't really to get in here. Like, I thought I'd be like tripping out on the fish and watching them swim around. And like, I don't know. It was just being in my fish room. I enjoyed it. I looked around and everything, but there was nothing about it that made it like particularly trippy, like being out in the yard with the sun shining and the leaves blowing and all that kind of stuff. I'm doing all right, passing wind. NASA has just uncovered some evidence that suggests it's just a hypothesis at this point. Sure, that's hard to say. A hypothesis at this point. You get what I'm trying to say. It's not yet a theory. But our entire universe may exist inside of a black hole that is in part of a larger universe. That's the kind of shit I used to think about when I was tripping on acid when I was a teenager. And here NASA's telling me the same shit when I'm tripping on mushrooms as a fucking 50-some-year-old. What a world. Oh yeah, there you go, Shirley. That's exactly what I was just talking about. Hey TK, how are you doing this evening? All right, let's get some algae wafers thrown in there as well. Hey Quaz, how are you doing this evening? All right, I can definitely feel like another wave of trippiness rolling on me. I wonder if that's the ones I ate by accident early. They were a couple little tiny pieces, so I don't think that they would have even been a noticeable bump. It's been 20 minutes or so since I ate those first ones. I don't know. I mean, 20 minutes seems awfully soon for them to be kicking in. Maybe this is that first bump from those first couple little nibbles I ate about 10 minutes before I went live, because that was a pretty sizable amount I ate in that. When what was it, 5 after 7 or 5 after 8? 8:07, I think, is what the time marked was. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be fucking tripping here soon. I can feel something rolling on to me. This has got to be those first couple little pieces I had beforehand. So if this is the prelude, then the fucking main event's going to be fun. Robert, I got my mushrooms from. I got my mushrooms from a friend of mine. I've talked for years. It's weird. Squat down with a bunch of shrimp and have a conversation. I texted Shamu earlier and I was talking to him and I told him I was tripping. And the first thing he said was like, dude, that's been scientifically documented that mushrooms cause internal bleeding. And as soon as he said it, I just started laughing because I knew exactly what he was doing. And I said, yeah, I also heard they cause intestinal parasites. He's like, oh man, he's like, you're not tripping hard enough to fall for what I said. I was like, no, it's not that. I've done this before, dude. I've been tripping since like decades before you were alive. You're not gonna like trick me into getting freaked out because mushrooms cause internal bleeding or whatever. But it was hilarious. That was the first thing he said. Was he immediately started trying to fuck with me? Fell on deaf ears. All right. So how did I get my mushrooms? I got them from a friend of mine. Um, he I've talked about this before because I had a legendary experience on LSD years ago, and that was kind of my, you know, swan song. I was just done. I'm never going to do LSD again, and even now, I never say never, but I don't think I'm ever going to do LSD again. I'm kind of done with the acid. I did the last trip I did was amazing, and I don't know. It's just not the kind of drug I'm going to do for like a good time or kicks. Mushrooms, I've always said I'd be open to doing mushrooms again if I ever came across them, but I just never know where to get mushrooms. And I've said this a million times over the last few years. But apparently Steve, who is a regular viewer and I hang out with him and everything, he apparently was unaware of this. And a week ago, I was talking to him about it, and I mentioned something about, I've been thinking about how much fun it would be to do mushrooms and, out on the kayak, out on the reservoir. And he's like, oh, I got mushrooms. I was like, what do you mean you got mushrooms? He's like, I got like 5/8 of mushrooms or something. Like, so he just gets them from time to time when somebody he knows just happens to have some mushrooms or something. He just buys them when they're around so that when he wants some, he's got them. And I can't do that. If I buy mushrooms, I'm going to eat them motherfuckers, and I don't put them on the shelf for like a sunny day. I'm just, if it's a rainy day, well, it's going to be a rainy trip. But I'm not one for hanging on to stuff like mushrooms or whatever. But he just gave me like all the shit he had, or at least, all he told me he had. For all I know, he could have a 55-gallon drum full of them at the house. But he gave me all he said he had, which was like 5/8 of mushrooms or whatever. So I've got a lot of mushrooms right now. Where I can get them steadily, I do not know. I've looked online in a few places, and there are a couple places I can probably order them. It's just a matter of whether I want to spend the money on shipping charges and all that bullshit. But I probably will. Any Epistos? No, I do not have any Epistos. I did a long time ago, but it has been many, many years. And in fact, they were in the tank you're actually looking at right now. I've probably eaten acid more than mushrooms, but I have eaten mushrooms a lot over the years. And again, all that kind of wrapped up about, well, the acid wrapped up like 25 years ago, before I even lived where I do now. Like my last big trip on acid was at my last house. And then ever since moving out here, I did trip a few times in the first years I was out here. And then I just sort of lost touch with that crowd, and, you know, they went their ways and I went mine or whatever. And I haven't had mushrooms in probably 20 years. And so today's the first day I've tripped in 20 years. And you guys are here for it. You know, when I lived in Florida, everybody talked about how you could just go out if you went out in the morning, you know, right as the sun was coming up, you could find all the mushrooms in the fields, and you just walk through the cow patties and find all the mushrooms. And I worked at a dairy, and there was a farm out behind us and everything. I was there at 4 a.m. I could have easily gone out any time and just hopped the fence and walked around in the field looking for mushrooms, but I never knew what to look for. And that always just sounded too good to be true. Like you can just go find fucking magic mushrooms just growing in fields in Florida, like just anywhere. You know, how do I know that's not some poisonous ass mushroom growing up out of that cow shit over there? So I never did. I had a couple of people tell me, oh yeah, I go out all the time. I got like bags of those at home. I don't know what to do with them. I'll take some. And then they'd never show up and they'd never give them to me, but they would claim they had a bunch of them. I do remember the Once and Future King. I don't remember that scene. I mean, I vaguely remember it, but I don't remember the details of it. God, it's been a long time since I read that. That's a lot of book to take in, too. That's a heavy read. It's a good read, but it's a heavy read. That's not something you read on a casual Saturday afternoon. All right, yeah. I think some buzz is starting to kick in. A little trip starting to happen. Starting to get a little visuals picking up here and there. But it's never really, I don't know. That one time I had those really, really intense visuals that I was explaining the other night. No point in going into them again if you didn't hear me talking about it. It was just really intense visuals. Normally I get your typical visuals, the undulations and the pulsations and the sliding and stuff moving around, color changing, you know, the usual, the not too big a deal stuff. Again, if you've never tripped, it's kind of hard to explain what I mean, but that really is like the not big deal stuff, like seeing like the walls look like they're moving, and, you know, that's just like everything looks like it's moving when you're tripping. Like everything looks like it's swimming around and bending and twisting. And so yeah, I experience that pretty regularly, but I've only one or two times have I ever got like the really intense visuals, like the rainbows and the colors, and, you know, seeing shit fall out of the sky and shatter onto the ground and vanish and stuff like that. So I don't think that's going to happen tonight. I didn't eat that much mushrooms. I only ate about maybe 2 grams. All right, I should probably put this coffee down too. I'm standing here drinking coffee like it's 10 o'clock in the morning. All right, you go over here. I'm going to start smoking some more weed. Actually, I'm going to move you guys to the next tank because I want to get the feeding over with fairly quickly. We did some maintenance in here the other night. Got the tank cleaned up. It looks pretty damn good, I think. There's still piles of crud in there that I could vac out again, but we got so much crud out of there. All right, and I'm not kidding about if you guys want to engage and chat with me and have a good time and laugh and all that kind of stuff. I don't care if you fuck with me or anything. That kind of stuff. That's fine if you want to goof off and have fun. But if you just want to sit back and watch the show, it's probably going to be a boring show. I'll probably just be staring at stuff or just thinking about things. I'll just get lost on my tablet, just scrolling through the comments or something, looking at the pretty colors. So if you don't engage with me, I will go off in my own little world. I do know that about tripping. I will just definitely fucking check out and do my own thing. Do I see geometric shapes? Not really. It's not like that. Again, it's really hard to explain. I'll tell you what, the best visual representation I've ever seen about what it looks like. Again, the experience is completely different because of how you perceive what you see. So I can't speak for that. But as far as just visually, what it looks like, the best representation I've ever seen of it was in Terry Gilliam's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. If you look at when Johnny Depp was taking the fake drug, the adrenochrome or whatever that made up bullshit, when he's looking at the carpet and you see like the carpet moving and everything, that's exactly what it looks like when you're on acid or like a heavy dose of shrooms or something. It's like I remember vividly one time when I was in shop class in high school, we were sitting out in the parking lot for some reason, and I was sitting on the curb and I was looking at the asphalt between my feet and I was tripping really hard. And I was just watching the way the asphalt was moving, and my teacher commented about it. He said something about how fascinating that piece of asphalt in front of me must be or something, because he could clearly tell I was tripping my ass off. But again, this is back in the day when teachers, just fucking, as long as you weren't bothering anybody, they just fucking had to laugh at you or whatever. It snapped me out of it and got my attention again, and I pretended like, again, be cool, dude, be cool. Like, I'm not tripping, but he obviously knew I was tripping my ass off. But I remember as I was sitting there, I was looking at the asphalt, and I'll try to give you the visual representation. Like, it was like the asphalt was like moving together and just kept sliding together. But the point where it met was just infinitely it didn't back up or pile up or crash into each other. It was just always flowing into each other without going anywhere. It was really fucking strange looking. But that, again, this was back in my more, less experienced days. I've come to realize, like, you always see shit like that when you're tripping. But that's the kind of visual stuff you'll see. You'll hear people referencing like the walls breathing. That's the undulation I'm talking about. If you look at a wall, it'll look like it's sort of pulsating towards you and away from you and towards you and away from you. Or like bowing out in the middle and then going from convex to concave, and your brain can't quite decide whether it's the wall's bowing towards you or is it bowing away from me, like an optical illusion kind of thing. You get a lot of weird shit like that. Colors will shift around, like greens will start to turn into purples and yellows and stuff like that. It's kind of strange. It's hard to explain. But it's not like you see dragons and shit. I guess maybe some people do. I don't know. But a lot of the visual stuff you see it represented in movies and stuff is just silly. That's not what it looks like when you're tripping. You don't just straight up hallucinate shit that's not there. Like, again, dragons and shit like that flying around in the sky. Let's see. Are these rainbow fish? No, I'm not sure what fish you were looking at, but the rainbow fish I have are in my 125, and we haven't gotten there yet. I don't think anybody's spiking your fast food with mushrooms. I think you get to, well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe they are. I was talking about getting nauseous right before the trip starts too. I've had that happen once or twice on mushrooms, but only when I've eaten larger doses, like a whole eighth or like an eighth and a half, or getting closer to a quarter. I have had an upset stomach, and one time I did even throw up. And then as soon as I threw up, it was like the switch going off. I was just tripping my ass off, and I felt great. It was just like I had to get the shit out of my system, and then once I was done, I was ready to go. But that's not usually the case. I don't usually get sick when I eat mushrooms. Oh, my mind's clear. It ain't foggy at all. You want a foggy mind, drink some alcohol. The red-finned ones, no, those are Buenos Aires tetras that we're looking at now, and then the silvery ones are diamond tetras. Them crip leaves do be moving. Yeah, mushrooms tend to make me laugh a lot too. Although acid can make me pretty giggly. I go through waves. Well, acid is such an experience. It lasts so fucking long with me that at some point you get everything. It's a 15 to 18 hour experience. You're on a journey when you take acid with me. But the mushrooms, I'll probably be winding down on the mushrooms by the time I fall asleep tonight. Again, that's why I ate more for the live stream. I was talking to Zini earlier and deciding whether I was going to do this or not. And even then, at like 6:30, my buzz was starting to wear off, and the trip sort of felt like it was kind of almost over or whatnot. It'd only been a few hours, and I decided, you know what? Instead of eating more now, I'll wait till the live stream starts, and I'll actually eat them on the live stream so you can all see them kick in real time. And it's been half an hour now since I ate them. I really feel like they should be kicking in on me. I don't know. Maybe they are once I sit down and stop moving around and talking about stuff. Give my brain time to focus on everything. Oh, yeah, everything is fucking turning purple and fucking moving around in circles, isn't it? And I definitely decided earlier that we would not be doing any tank maintenance or getting started on anything. This is not the time to do that kind of shit. This is not wander off in the other room and get distracted by something while tank's draining, or never do anything important while you're tripping. Never do anything potentially dangerous when you're tripping. Don't handle sharp objects, knives. Never handle firearms. Don't drive. It ain't like smoking a bowl. Tripping is definitely different than smoking weed. I was planning on going out on the kayak this afternoon after we got done our shopping and whatnot. What I intended to be a micro dose before we went to the BJ's Wholesale Club. I just wanted to see if it would be enough for me to notice I had taken it. It turns out that by the time I got home, I was like, well, you know what? I don't really feel comfortable driving at this point. I don't want to go out to the reservoir. And that was my plan, was to go out to the reservoir, eat more mushrooms there, and then I could trip for 5 or 6 hours out on the water and come home when it was over. But the little bit I ate was like, I don't think I should drive on this. And so I just basically committed myself to being home for the day. But it's, if you've seen my yard and my gardens and all that kind of stuff, then it's not like it's punishment being stuck at home all day when you're tripping on mushrooms. I had a good time out in the yard, believe me. Right, that's what I thought. 8:07. We're definitely past the 30-minute mark now. And it seems like when I ate them this morning, when we were on our way to BJ's, I started thinking like, man, I feel funny. This is weird. And I wanted to ask my wife, like, is that clock right? That seems like such a stupid fucking question that I didn't ask it. But instead, I actually looked at my phone, and sure enough, my phone was the same as the time on the thing. And I thought, it's been like 25 minutes since I ate those mushrooms. This can't be kicking in this fucking fast. I was expecting to be like home from BJ's by the time they kicked in. When I eat cookies, it takes 2 hours. And sure enough, like it just kept going up from there. Like it began kicking in about that 25-minute mark. Of course, I was going in from nothing. And this evening I was already sort of tripping when I ate them. And so maybe it already is starting to roll on to me. It's just not as noticeable. Over the next 15, 20 minutes or so is when it'll start kicking in a little harder. If nothing happens in a little while, I can always eat some more. That's an amateur mistake. Hey, Scott. Yeah, I thought about that too, Mary. I don't know whether I'd want to eat that food or maybe stay away from that food, because there's definitely food poisonings that can give you similar experience. There are people who claim that the Salem, almost went over backwards into the pond, and you guys would have missed it. There are people that claim that the Salem witch trials was inspired by ergot poisoning. Ergot being a mold or a fungus that grows in the grain, and when people eat it, it contains a chemical compound very similar to LSD. And if the grain stores had been contaminated, they would have been baking their breads and stuff, and eating fucking acid bread. I've heard that. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it would explain a lot. Yeah, I think it's just your brain too, or your brain. Not sure how you pronounce that. Did somebody comment to me on the Discords here, or was that another showing me his truck? I told him to tag me. I do believe it was another showing me his truck. Oh, nice. That's a good looking truck. There you go, everybody. That's another new truck. All right. I'm not panicking yet. There's a cool Italian thing that does burgers. All right, well, I don't know if that'll make you trip or not, but it doesn't sound too nummy. Oh, dude, I don't know about that. Run off from a farm will gag you at half a mile. I'm still going to try to do some more dabs off of what little tiny bit is left in there, and we're still using my seahorse. Yeah, I'll talk poison. Oh, I could get a chameleon and just yell at it, make it change colors just by changing its mood, make it feel all fucking ashamed of itself. Prop it up, give it a good rah rah pep talk, make it feel all fucking self confident. I made sure I drank a great big protein shake before coming down and getting started because I am hungry too. Man, we were at the BJ's, and of course, not thinking about it, we always, we get the rotisserie chickens, and of course, BJ's Wholesale Club, they're $3 cheaper than they are at the grocery store. So the missus is, do you want to pick up a chicken while we're here? I was like, yeah, sure, I'll grab a chicken. Not thinking about when I got home, I was going to have to basically clean a chicken because we don't just put the whole chicken in the refrigerator. My wife doesn't pick chicken. She gets weird about like the bones and all that kind of stuff. She's okay eating the meat as long as she doesn't think too hard about like the fact that it was like a torn apart animal. And so, you know, tearing the animal apart is not the part that she does. And so I had to do that, which is, effectively what cleaning the chicken is when you get I was just tearing this animal apart by hand. And it was quite an experience. I was munching on the chicken while I was doing it too, so that made the experience all the weirder. But I was hungry and it was good. I don't know what I just said to piss everybody off, but I went from 20 people down to 10 people in a matter of moments again. I didn't even mention my feet. Damn. I pay no attention to that number. Actually, that would be a lie. I obviously pay a lot of attention to that number, but I don't do anything to try to chase that number. I will say that that is an accurate statement. If I see it go from 20 people down to 10, I definitely notice and I scratch my head about it, but I don't do anything to make it not do that anymore because I don't know why I did that. I don't know why everybody just stopped watching all of a sudden. Did I say something? And that's my regular thinking. That's not even like tripping, getting all self conscious up in my head thinking, which I refuse to do. Say we already had that conversation earlier. All right. need to go pack this bowl back up. It is astonishing how fast I will go through a bowl when it's just weed in a bowl, and it's not weed, it's all soaked in goo. Yeah, it's definitely getting cashed out. I used my finger to smush it all down, and then I hit it on it again, and it didn't make it better. I got a hit off of it, but it didn't make it better. All right, let me go get some weed. I'll be right back. Although I don't have to say that because you can't see that I'm leaving. All right. All right, I'm caught up on comments since there are none. All right, I'll be right back. Well, I can keep talking while I'm in here, but I am technically in the other room right now. And now I'm back. Oh, but I got to leave again because I forgot to bring the ashtray in with me, and I need to cash out the last of what was in there from the last hit. I'm out of the room again. I'm back in the room again. Oh, thank you, Eugene. Wow, that's actually still a fairly sizable chunk of node in there, but you know what? Cashing it out anyway because that shit was rough. All right, I definitely can feel that second wave of mushrooms kicking in now. I knew if I did a couple of hits of weed, that would turbocharge it. Hell yeah. I feel like I can feel the sweat coming out of all my sweat glands all of a sudden. You're tripping when you can feel your own hair growing. All right, let's move on to the next tank. Bring you Squeaker. Squeaker the cat. Squeaker the cat is probably back outside again. If you will notice, there are now a lot more shrimp in this tank because when I was cleaning out the busted ass tank in the other room that's full of shrimp, I had to put them somewhere, and this is where most of them went. All right. What am I going to do now? I think I'm going to go try to find some more hash oil. I'm running really low on the hash oil, though. I don't know if I want to do that. All right, I will. Like we didn't know I was going to talk myself into that. Come on, people, work with me a little bit. Cornish, how are you this evening? My face might be distorting. It feels like it's twisting all around and turning into knots. Oh, God, I hope I'm not starting another yawn fest. We got that. We got this. We got a healthy set of lungs. or at least a set of loans. Somehow I had it turned to high rather than medium. Oh, I know why I had it set to high instead of medium. I was trying to burn out the shit that was in there. I just never set it back to medium. So that was me. Never mind. That was without actually dabbing it into anything. That was just hitting off what was in there. This is 4 nights in a row, Neil. And then tomorrow, of course, is my regular Sunday night live stream. So that's going to make 5 nights in a row this week that I have live streamed. And, of course, it's a pretty good likelihood since I have bags of mushrooms in the other room now. No, wait, it's in this room because now I'm in here again. Now I'm back in here again. So since I have bags of mushrooms in the other room, not this one, I'm probably going to be tripping on mushrooms again tomorrow night when we go live too, because I don't see any reason not to be. I don't know 5 Nights at Freddy's. I guess that's a movie reference. Zini knows something I don't. I feel ashamed and humiliated now. All right, let us do granules in here tonight instead of the crisps that I've been putting in here the last few nights. The granules sink really fast, whereas the crisps tend to float on the surface a lot more and spread around. And when they do sink into the water column, they do a lot more swirling around before they make their way to the bottom. The crisps, the crumbles that I'm putting in here tonight, the granules, will swirl around a little bit, you can see, but they do make their way to the bottom pretty quickly. Five Nights at Freddy's is a game? Well, no wonder I don't know what it is. Sunday 5 are on fire. I wonder what happens tomorrow night when I hit the go live button. Like, you think there'll be like a ting noise within the universe somewhere or something like that? Something just fundamental that we won't know about, but it'll have happened. Trust me. I don't know what it was. It happened somewhere in the universe. Yeah, that is definitely an issue with the psychedelics, eating them too often. Not only do you build up a tolerance to them really quickly, you can like lose touch with reality pretty quickly if you trip too much and trip too hard. I've seen some fucking bad cases back in the day when I was in high school. People would discover acid and stuff like that and just really spend a lot of time on acid and just fuck their heads up. They just would never be right again after a summer of them being on acid or something. You'd meet them again the next fall or something, and you'd be like, what the fuck happened to him? Like, oh, he did a lot of acid over the summer? He sure fucking did. I remember 2 or 3 people like that. One guy in particular, his name was Alex Baldwin, believe it or not. Alex Baldwin. And he did a lot of fucking acid mushrooms or whatever over one summer. So yeah, you definitely need to take a break from the psychedelics. Exactly, Cornish. Tonight was really just out of boredom. I don't seem to have what problem though. I am immune. Now, yeah, I definitely will need to take a break. But see, the thing for me is that will be taking a break. I have a few bags of mushrooms. I'll eat them for a few days until they're gone, or not necessarily just like keep eating them for a few days until they're gone. I'll wait until I'm going out on the reservoir and I'll eat some. And like within the next week or so, I'm not going to have any mushrooms again. And certainly something like a live stream is an event worthy of eating some mushrooms or something like that. But then they're gone. They're just gone. I don't know when the next time I'll get mushrooms again. So if I could buy mushrooms like the way I can just go to the weed store, then I'd have to be concerned about how frequently I did them and that sort of thing. But all told, I've got maybe a little more than a quarter ounce of mushrooms in the other room. I'm not going to burn myself out on those before they're gone. I could eat them, pretty much continuously until they're gone. And then I'll be like, all right, get some mushrooms again in the future because these are gone. All right, are you all ready for me to come sit down in front of the camera? What time is it? It's 9 o'clock, so it's pretty much we're right on par for a regular old live stream tonight anyway. It's not like anything terribly different is going on. I keep thinking about that too. Like if I hadn't said this is going to be a mushroom party or that I'm tripping tonight and we had this, if it had just been a normal live stream without this conversation, would anybody even know? And I think the answer is probably not. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fuck, hang on. I still got a rotator cuff issue and picking that mic stand up hurt. I was not ready for that. I didn't think about it. I just reached out and grabbed it without thinking about what I was doing. And then I had you up in the air before I realized I had a sharp stabbing pain like somebody sticking an ice pick down into the fucking joint in my shoulder. All right. I am a legend. And I got to say, we're almost an hour into since I've eaten that bag, and I'm debating whether or not I should have another little bite of something else because I definitely feel like I'm tripping. There's no question about that. I've been trying to look around. Usually to get good visuals, you have to really just like zone out and focus and let your brain work on it. I want to get to where like the world's moving. I just have visuals in front of me while I'm sitting here, whether I'm thinking about it or not. I shouldn't have to be thinking about it. You ain't doing it right if you got to think about it to see the damn visuals. It should just be happening, whether you fucking want it to or not. And I'm not there yet. And I don't know why. I should be, but I'm just not. I'm immune, like Zini says. These are not Crocs. These are my bedroom slippers. But yes, they are purple. My purple slippers, my slippers of death as they are known around here, are pretty legendary in themselves. So I'm surprised you've never seen my purple slippers before. All right, everybody. I may as well smoke weed while I wait for you all to say something because you are not going to be chatty tonight. It's like pulling teeth around here. I was on Shirley's live stream earlier, just kind of lurking, hanging out. I didn't want to spoil the vibe because I knew I was tripping and I'd probably say something dumb or not. I would just say something and it would ruin the fucking experience for everybody. Like that happens. I don't know why. So I was just chilling and I was just watching. And man, the comments just kept rolling and streaming, and like Shirley couldn't keep up with all the conversation. I was like, man, it's like pulling teeth getting people to leave comments on my live stream. Holy shit, is that Danny Barr? Did I just see that name pop up? No, it's Doug Rower. I got such bad vision. I thought it said Danny Barr. Hey, Doug, how are you? Temporary blindness. Holy crap. How many shrooms did you eat? I don't know. I find that a little doesn't seem to go very far for me. I I'd already earlier today, I'd eaten a couple of grams probably sparse throughout the day. So whether that had worn off or not, I don't know. But an hour ago when the live stream started, I ate what I had left in the bag, and that was probably over a gram and a half, something like that, total, which I wasn't expecting to knock my socks off or anything, but that should be a pretty solid, trip. And it just doesn't do it for me. When I was talking to Steve today, he thinks about a normal like dose of mushrooms. Like if he was going to go out and trip, he would do a half of an eighth would be like a trip for him. And then if he really wanted to like trip balls, he would do the whole eighth. I've always started with an eighth as a trip to me. I just see that as a single dose. You eat an eighth of mushrooms, that's a trip. If you want to trip balls, you got to get up closer to eating like a quarter or something like that. And that's where you're getting into throwing up, feeling sick to your stomach because you got to eat so damn many mushrooms at that point. So I definitely do not find that a little goes a long way for me anyway. Got an eighth and you went through temporary blindness. That's weird. I've never heard of anybody experiencing temporary blindness from mushrooms before. Yeah, I'm definitely, you can say I'm stumbling along. Instead, I haven't quite tripped yet. I am stumbling along at this point. Now that I'm thinking about it, the more I am thinking about it, I might want to eat a little bit more of something or other. Let's give that some thought. What do you guys think? Should I put that out there for a vote, whether I should have some more or not? It wouldn't be a lot more, like one more cap if I ate another one, like just a little bit more. So I'll leave that up to you guys. You tell me what you think. I could see that on 11 hits. That guy I was talking about earlier, that Alex Baldwin guy, he used to eat acid like that. He'd start with 10 hits of acid and then go from there. And by the end of the night, he'd have eaten a quarter sheet by the time the night was over or something. He used to eat so much fucking acid. I couldn't believe it. I don't think you want me free balling. Free falling, maybe. It might not be yes there, Zini. Somebody might have more sense than me and say, no, dude, don't do it. Now, the question is, if anybody did come up there and say, no, don't do it, would I listen to them? Or have I already made up my mind? My guess is probably that I would not listen to them because I've already made up my mind. So let's go have a look at what other mushrooms I have to munch on tonight. All right, let's figure out where I put them first. I think I put them over here. Did I put them over here? I put these over here. We're definitely not eating those. These are fucking gorgeous. Those belong in a goddamn museum somewhere. Oh, here they are. All right. This will be my unboxing video. These look pretty chunky, whereas these are big whole mushrooms. I'd have to break a piece off of one of these. So we'll save this one for another time. Oh, this stinks. Stinks so good, though. Jesus, holy crap, this one really stinks. Damn. All right, this one is called, what does that say on there? This is the Burmese. Ooh, these look scary. Look at that. That looks terrifying. God, these are all big, whole, chunky fucking mushrooms, too. Damn, these look good. Absolutely terrifying. Tell you what, let's eat that. Set these down on my stool. Hopefully I won't forget them and squish them. All right, everybody. We're going to add that to the tastes so bad. All right, these three big bastards are going to go back in the bag. Those things scare me. Man. I don't know why I'm still chewing this. It's gross. Hang on, let me swoosh this down with some iced tea. Go down my teeth. What's left in my teeth, anyway. Mushrooms. Didn't we just go through this like an hour ago? All right, I'm going to go put these away. You know what? I'm going to put these away, too. I've got them all stuck in my teeth. My toots. All right, everybody, let's sit back down. Ah. All right, got 10 after 9. See what happens. You tried the mold on your old bread. Nice. Was it green? Yeah, the mushroom chocolate bars is what I was actually looking at. There's 2 websites I know where I could get the mushrooms. One is just straight up mushrooms, like you saw me just eating, and then the other one only sells it by the bar. And it said, like, if you eat 1 or 2 squares, it's a micro dose. If you eat 3 or 4 squares, it's a pretty solid trip. If you eat, 7, you're really having a hell of an experience. And so I don't know. I thought about getting them. It was like $35 per bar. But I'm tripping pretty good now. I'm still just not getting the visuals. I'm feeling it in the body, and I definitely, again, it's, when you guys watch the videos and you see how high I am, you see how much weed I smoke all night and how much, hash oil I'm sitting here vaporizing. And if you didn't see me doing that, would you know I was really high? Or, I just don't act like I'm really fucked up all the time, even though I'm doing that shit all night. So even though I'm tripping, and I'm most definitely tripping, I'm not lying to you. I don't know, what are you supposed to see that makes it look like I'm tripping, other than if I was like really tripping, where at that point I'd have to like sort of ignore the fact that you're even here and go wander off in the corner and stare at the fucking cobwebs or whatever was fascinating me at the moment. And again, that's not a lot of fun, and I don't want to do that. More like the forest floor. Well, they said it was like, how many squares did you eat? Because the website I went to talked about, I don't know why I'm shouting so much. I'm shouting like I'm talking into the camera. I forgot I got a microphone right next to me. So let me bring it down to my only sort of inside voice because I don't really have an indoors voice. Um, the website that I was looking at showed the chocolate bars were broken into like 15 squares, and they said basically one or two squares was a microdose, and if you ate the 3 or 4 squares, et cetera, et cetera. So the way I calculated it would have been that you could have tripped really hard, like twice. So maybe like 2/8 would have been the equivalent, and it was $35. So that didn't seem like an unreasonable price. The other place, um, the shipping is what was prohibitive. The eighth was only $25, which is reasonable for an eighth. And then it was another $20 on top of that for shipping. And so I wasn't going to pay $45 for an eighth. And so I didn't buy those either. And then Steve showed up like a magic mushroom fairy and just said, "Here, you can have these," and handed me a whole shitload of mushrooms. So I'll wait till those are gone before I decide whether I'm going to buy any more or spend money or anything. But it's interesting to hear about that chocolate bar. All right, now that I've eaten more, I did the stupid amateur mistake. I finally ate more, and now those first ones that I ate an hour ago feel like they're really kicking in. I'm starting to get some of the pulsating sort of visuals. I noticed my laptop that I keep looking up at the monitor. It looks like it's waving at me. It looks like it's doing this, and the colors keep changing on the screen. They're sort of like just fading in and out from like really bright and vibrant to like dull and muted, and then getting bright and vibrant, like they're pulsating. So that's kind of interesting. I've never tried to describe what what my trip looks like to somebody before. I'm usually just with people and we're all tripping. Let's see. 8 squares. Damn. Yeah, this said 7 or more, and I don't know. They use some like anecdote about like you got a zip code on Pluto or something like that. But they made it clear that if you had 7 or more squares, like you were tripping balls at that point. And so again, a 15 square bar, you can have 2 good solid trips off of it. So yeah, I would say if you ate 8 squares, you probably did have a pretty solid trip, no matter who made the bar. I doubt they make them that you have to eat the whole bar to really get a solid trip off of them. I don't know. I've never had the chocolate bars. I've always just eaten mushrooms. So maybe we'll give it a shot. We'll see. I did notice earlier today, I was telling my wife that when I'd eaten that first microdose, we'll call it, I think of a microdose as being so small of a dose you don't notice you're on it. It's probably doing something to your brain chemistry, but you don't feel like you're tripping. I felt like I was tripping. It just, the difference between having, 2 beers versus 6 beers, like you still feel the 2 beers. You may not be like illegally drunk or whatever, but you can tell you got alcohol in your system. And that's the way I felt with what I took earlier. I could definitely tell I was tripping, but it was just really mild. And when we came home, I got the groceries put away. I got the chicken cleaned up. I put the trash out. I got the recycling stuff all put together and cleaned up. And I told my wife, I was like, I'm having, I'm like no issues focusing. I'm not bouncing all over the place. I'm just getting stuff done. And I said, can you imagine if I just like woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning and just like got shit done all day and was focused? And she's like, do you want to go outside and get stuff done? Do you feel like doing stuff? I was like, not really. She's like, okay. But I did have some very clear, and even now I don't feel like my brain's bouncing all over the place, and I don't really feel like I'm. Um, it's like the racing thoughts aren't there. I feel like the thoughts have calmed down and settled down. It definitely that sort of weird paranoia, like oh my god, do they know what I'm thinking about? And hopefully you do. I'm trying to express that to you on the camera here. So again, it's not like a weird thing, like a self-conscious thing, but like there's definitely a tripping element to the whole, I don't know, headspace kind of aspect of it. Again, it's hard to explain tripping. Everybody always focuses on what it looks like tripping and the visuals and everything, and that's just not where it's at. The trip is in your mind. It's just how you perceive stuff and what you're thinking about and all that kind of stuff. And that is not even any point in trying to explain to anybody because it's usually just kind of nonsensical. It seems like it makes sense at the time, but it really usually doesn't. So I don't know. Ask me some questions. See if you can get to the nature of the bottom of the nature of the universe. For someone, I was actually talking about this, and welcome aboard, Anonymous. I was actually talking about this earlier. When if you take any kind of mushrooms or acid or any kind of psychedelic, um, the one thing I'll say, well, just in general, do it in a safe place, do it around people you trust, do it where you feel comfortable. Don't do it somewhere where you feel emotionally vulnerable and all that kind of stuff. So do it in a nice, safe place. Not only physically, obviously, you want to be safe physically, but do it in a safe place emotionally. Um, I know people that like eat acid for the first time, like at a crowded bar or at a ball game or something. I'm like, that would be terrifying to me. So don't do that. For your first time, do it with around friends, do it around people you trust, and that sort of thing. But as far as what I was saying earlier, just about every trip at some point you're going to have like some weird headspace experience like I was just talking about, and you're going to start to feel really self-conscious and wonder about like, oh god, what are they thinking about? Is everybody thinking about me? Are they laughing at me? And that can snowball out of control really quickly. You can really let that shit get up in your head and really fucking give you a bad time if you give it power. Just don't give it the power. If that starts happening, just recognize it for what it is. That's just part of how a trip goes. You just have these weird moments where, often someone will say something and like someone else will laugh. Even if they're laughing at what they said, it's just like that person will suddenly get all self-conscious about why are they laughing at me? Did they, and it can snowball from there. So if you have that kind of experience, just say, you know what? I'll worry about that later. I'll worry about that tomorrow. I'm just going to enjoy the trip right now. And of course, 5 minutes later, you've forgotten about it. But the way to get out of that at the moment, the way to get your head out of that when you start going down that hill and it's like it's running downhill. The faster you go, the worse it gets. The way to get out of it is just to say, all right, I'll just deal with that later. We'll think about that tomorrow and let's move on to something and just move on. And again, within 5 minutes, you'll have forgotten all about it and you'll have a good time again. But that's really the only advice I would give somebody going into a trip for the first time is just be safe about it, be comfortable with who you're doing it with. And when you get to that spot where it's, you start getting weirded out and shit, just whatever. It's just it's just the mushrooms or it's just the acid or it's just the whatever you want to chalk it up to, and then just move on and forget about it and get back to having a good time. I really need to start putting hash oil on my weed again. But I'm almost out of hash oil. I need to make some more. I don't think mushrooms are legal in DC. I don't know. I don't know if mushrooms are legal in any of the states, honestly. I know there's some states that are talking about it. Maryland, Westmoreland, our governor last year signed a bill into law where we now have a commission. I know this is just bullshit. But there is officially a commission that's looking into the use of psychedelics, and that includes like mescaline and DMT and like all of them. And they're looking into effect on the community, the physical health, whether there's any benefits to it. There's even part of the study that sets aside money to make sure that if it was medicinally distributed, it would be done so equitably and that poor people would have equal access to it. And that was the part that just made me smile. Like it's weird enough that we're like officially doing a study but like we're looking into like acid and shit. But part of that study is making sure that if we do something with that acid, like poor people are going to have access to it too. God damn it, ain't just going to be for rich people. So that's good. Yeah, you can definitely. Well, it is true. Again, in a larger sense, you generally are going to have a less intense experience on mushrooms, but that's not to say it's always going to be a good one. The only bad trip I've ever had in my life was on mushrooms. I've never had a bad trip on acid. Again, I've had some unpleasant moments,
You know, but they were just passing moments, and got over that little weird couple of minutes or whatever. The only bad experience, like the only trip I would ever call like a bad trip, and I mean like curled up in a ball with the fucking blanket over my head, literally, was on mushrooms. I ate a lot of them, but it was a mushroom trip that I had that bad trip like that. So don't just assume that because it's mushrooms it'll always be a good time. It's definitely different than LSD, and it's a lot less intense, but it's not risk free. I'll say, if you're in a bad headspace, or if you're in an emotionally unsafe place or whatever, it can still get pretty weird on mushrooms or whatever. So just be mindful. They're not nothing. I don't know anything about growing them. I know you can buy grow kits where you can order the spores and that sort of stuff, but I've never really messed around with it. I mean, I like psychedelics. I'm just not a huge psychedelic fan. Even if I had access to the stuff regularly, I wouldn't be eating mushrooms all the time like the way I do with weed. So I've just never been that interested in figuring out how to acquire them or grow them. They're not legal in Maryland, so I'd have to get them on the black market. I'd have to know somebody that got some mushrooms somewhere or something like that. Um, I'd literally have to get them the way I used to get bags of weed back in the day from just a friend of a friend, or a guy I know, or some dude at the bar or whatever. And that's how I got these mushrooms, through a friend. And so I'm happy. All right, who's talking about making hash oil tonight? I definitely am not making a batch of hash oil tonight. I don't even have anything to make hash oil out of tonight, but I am going to smoke some more while we're sitting here talking about it. All right. Maybe if I turn the pond light back on, we'll get more light, because visuals definitely. I did think about that today. I noticed that while the sun was shining, um, everything was just like, it looked so much different, and the movement was different. And then when the clouds came over and it got gray, you're only going to see. I know your mind can do stuff with the colors, but you can only do stuff with the colors that's there. And sunlight gives you all of them. And then when it's a bright sunny day, like, you've got the full spectrum of colors for your brain to work with, no matter what that sunlight is reflecting off of. And so when it got cloudy and sort of gray and overcast, you can still see colors, but they're really just muted, and everything's dulled down. As the clouds are filtering out a lot of that color. And so the visuals just really died down along with the bright sunshine. That's when I came inside and started fucking around in the house this afternoon. So maybe if I turn my bright light back on there, maybe it'll help spur some more visuals for me. Just making sure I didn't miss any messages. I thought I could see messages up there that aren't on my tablet, but they're not. They line up when I actually looked at it more carefully. But I am getting a message. No. Keep getting emails. I keep getting excited, think I'm going to get good news emails. And so far, it hasn't been bad news emails, but it's not good news emails either. It's just emails. All right, everybody. It's 9:30, so we can still do something. You guys really are not helping me out here, working with me very much. If there are any suggestions, anything anybody wants to do, I'm not going to go swimming in the pond or anything silly like that. Although I did think about earlier suggesting maybe, should I go for a walk, stroll in the pond? But then I thought that was just silly, because I wouldn't actually do that. I would just say it to get a rise out of people. So I didn't do that, because I don't do stuff like that. I told you, me having a mushroom party really isn't going to be that exciting. I don't know what anybody was expecting to see me doing while I was tripping tonight, or what my wife thought. Because again, when I asked my wife, like, I'm thinking about going live tonight, she just looked at me like, you're fucking out of your mind. Like, why? I mean, I don't know. I can be on acid, or I can trip and do a live stream. Like, what am I gonna do? I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing as far as tripping. That makes it any different than any other live stream I'm sitting here. I mean, if we had a conversation that got me talking about something, or I was giggling at something, but when I feel like I'm just sitting here, like, um, imagine like the chimp at the zoo with like the big glass pane and all the people just sitting up there watching him. He's like, okay, I mean, like if the people were interacting with him, maybe, but like, what do you want me to do? I just feel like I'm sitting here like waiting to make you all like clap or something. You have to help me out here or something. I did shave my head this night, tonight before I went live. EVP. Oh, the ghost meter things that's not an EVP, is it? I don't know what the EVP meter is or EVP device is. I sort of have the pond outside. Hey, Aquaballs. I sort of have the pond outside, but I didn't put any fish in it this year. I just kind of let it do its thing as the pond. It's more like a water feature than a pond. But I do have a resident bullfrog out there. He was out there squawking at me tonight. I could hear him singing. But that's all. We had a bunch of tadpoles, and it did the spring cycle with the tree frogs and the toads and stuff. But that's about it. It's just a lot of fucking algae and hair algae and shit growing in it right now. But I do technically have the pond. I left it running all winter last year. It's just sort of a water feature more than a pond now. Ran out of inhale. Didn't have any more lung room. All right. If I could start another business. Oh, electronic voice phenomenon. I was thinking like electromagnetic spectrum or something. If I could start another business, are we talking about an honest business or like a charlatan business? Because me and Zany were talking about that earlier. Because you can set up a business that's a perfectly legitimate business where you sell people absolutely fucking nothing and you get good money doing it, like reading palms or telling people their future and stuff like that. So if I didn't have to actually like interact with people and lie to people and be a bastard and like, take people's money from them, that would be a nice, easy way to make money. Whatever it would have to be like a really easy way of making money. I'm not into like working hard and all that bullshit. Anybody says they are, it's fucking lying to you, or they're stupid. Like nobody likes working hard. That sucks. People are willing to work hard to earn money if they have to, but nobody likes doing it. That's just silly. So if I was going to start a business, it would definitely be doing something like nice and easy. I don't know, pulling weeds in people's gardens. That's a thing. You go around and like tend people's gardens for them, pull weeds, make sure all the plants look nice and everything. Walking people's dogs, that'd be a good, easy one. No, I wouldn't want to do that. Fuck all that. A lot of dog poop you'd have to pick up and stuff. No, scratch that one. I don't know. I'd have to give that one some more thought. So no, I definitely yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to do the dog walking thing. I wouldn't mind doing the gardening thing, but that's seasonal work too. There's not a lot you can do in the wintertime, and I don't know how much money you can make in the summertime to carry you through the winter. So that would, I don't know. I have to rethink that plan too. Maybe that would be a summertime business. All right, Mary, thank you for hanging out for a while this evening. And you have a good night too. Oh, did Cornish say they're leaving? Oh, okay, there we go. I'm misreading those comments. All right, Cornish. I was still laughing at Bob telling me to do something. I was just imagining myself with having a pair of cymbals, and I could clap the cymbals together and make my eyes go up and down like one of those old wind-up monkeys. That would make you guys laugh, wouldn't it? Would you throw money at me then? I'll take your coins. You can throw your pennies at my feet. Yeah, but walking a dog is not the same because you got to let them stop and sniff stuff, and you got to deal with the fucking people that own the goddamn dogs, and they usually suck. And then you got to clean up all that dog poop. It ain't like you're just walking the dog to get some exercise. Now, if we're talking George Jetson style walking the dog, where he just stands there reading the newspaper and the dog stands on a treadmill, and he just holds the leash while the dog's on the treadmill, I could do that kind of dog walking, but I don't think I'd want an actual real dog walking job. Yeah, see, Zanny, when you stop and you put the thought into how it actually goes, it never works out like you think it's going to be. Yeah, I got you, man. I figured it out. I thought you were saying goodnight, but you weren't. We're all caught up. Now, see, that's a moment right there that if you were like really tripping or something, you could get really weirded out about a little mix up in exchange like that. That's a perfectly normal misunderstanding. I have shit like that happen every single live stream I do. I don't think twice about it because everybody understands that that's a little blah, blah, blah. We're all caught up now and we can move on. But if you're tripping, that could really wreck your night. That could be the stumbling block that really gets you all caught up in your head and, thinking, oh God, they think I'm so stupid now or whatever, wherever you go with that. Like that kind of weird little social stumble or whatever can be the catalyst to a really bad trip sometimes. So that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about when you start getting up into your head over weird, dumb shit like that. Or again, if you say something and somebody laughs or snickers or something, just immediately just don't take that shit personally. Instantly, just move on. So yeah. Anyway, so we're all caught up. Well, I would hope you wouldn't be touching it, Zini. You would use the little bag thing and wrap your hand around the bag and whatnot. No, I didn't. Oh, I gave Zini some good pictures tonight, though. I'm not even going to tell you guys. I'll let Zini tell you. I'll let him tell you the pictures I sent him tonight if he wants to. That'll be up to him, but I'm not going to violate his privacy by telling you about the pictures I sent him tonight. I did say I was going to cast a spell. I didn't say that to any of you, but I did say that at some point tonight that I was going to cast a spell on tonight's live stream. So I don't know. Oh, that's true, Mary, because it can't stop. A dog would just get desperate at some point and have to just shit while it was walking on the treadmill. That would suck. He's not lying, everybody. I did send him shower pics tonight. He said he wanted the full Dan tripping experience, so he got it. And I send him pictures of my feet all the time. Zini gets more pictures of my feet than my damn OnlyFans do. I think it's hilarious. But I'm not going to talk about that now because that weirds people out. But I was thinking about that today. I was thinking about why I send him so many feet pictures, and I do have a theory behind it. But again, I'll save that for a private chat with me and him. But I do think I have a reason for why I send him so many pictures of my feet. It cracks me up though, and that's all that really matters. That's all you really need to know at the end of the day. Is it just makes me laugh. Oh God. I keep feeling like I want to light a cigarette, and that is so strange to me. I haven't smoked in like fucking 15 years, and I think cigarettes are disgusting. But it's part of like the trip, and I really wish I had a damn vape right now. I'm really craving nicotine right now, or just that bump from a I keep smoking more weed, like thinking that's going to do it. And it ain't the same. You don't get that same bump off of nicotine like you do, or off of weed like you do with nicotine. So that's interesting. This is the first time I've ever tripped without cigarettes. That never crossed my mind. All right, I'll tell you why I send you so many pictures of my feet. Or this is my theory anyway, and you can all enjoy my my theory because it'll apply to most of you. I think it's funny because feet are just seen as so weird, and people get so weirded out and stressed out by them and whatnot. I look at someone's feet and I see hands, or like the difference between someone's elbows or their knees. To me, there's no difference. It's what is the difference? It's a body part. Who cares? It's fucking feet. But people get so weird. It's just one of those body parts. It's like the word moist. Like some people get really fucking upset about that word, and that's why I use it a lot, because it weirds people out. I think that's hilarious. If the use of a word just bothers you that much, that's just weird. That kind of weird ticks in people's brains. I find amusing. And the feet thing is a thing. Like, it really is a thing. And so I know Zini doesn't give a shit about seeing pictures of my feet or whatever, and he knows I'm just goofing off. And that's what makes it so funny, is that I just send him pictures like nothing else, just a picture of my foot in random places or random times of the day. And I think it's just because it's that unusual, it's weird, and it's something that just makes people feel uncomfortable, of just a picture of somebody's foot. Sometimes it has a shoe on, most of the time it doesn't. And it just, God, I laughed so hard when I do it. I almost fell out of my kayak the other day. I stuck my foot way up in the air, so I get a picture of my foot like outlined with the sky in the background. I was laughing so hard while I was doing it, I almost fell over backwards out of my kayak. So yeah, and that's the long and short of it. Is I think it's funny. I get a kick out of it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go blow my nose. I knew I should have. Oh, I did. I was smart. See, again, I got experience with this stuff, people. I brought something to blow my nose with. I knew at some point I'd get to laughing. Oh God. Can you call me Douglas if you want? No, I've never heard of Aaron Patterson, but I know what a death cap mushroom is. I just don't know what I don't know the story you're talking about. And hey, chef, by the way, how are you doing this evening? Winston, hello. Sea bass fishing, nice. Oh, well, that's why they call it fishing and not catching, right? No, oh, I get what you're saying with the full-fledged reply to a conversation. I've never sent you a picture of my foot. I did send you a picture of my leg one time, but that was by accident. I didn't mean to do that. I can look up Aaron Patterson and death cap mushroom. I'll see what the Google machine has to say. Stretch my legs a moment here. Aaron Patterson sentence, Aaron Patterson trial, Aaron Patterson mushrooms. I probably don't need to read a whole lot more than that. Those are just the search options that have pre-filled in for me. So what do I want to... Let's click on Aaron Patterson mushrooms and see what it says. The question we couldn't answer until now. That's a YouTube video. Let's get past that. Aaron Patterson mushroom murders. Australian Aaron Patterson convicted in poison mushrooms. Interesting. No, I've never heard that story. Again, I don't need to read the details. I can see she murdered some family members from her ex and fed them the poisonous mushrooms. There's probably some big court case, and some crazy toxologist or some pathologist or somebody came in and finally figured out and conclusively proved that they did indeed. Oh man, look at that sexy view. That is hot. Conclusively proved that she used the mushrooms to kill them or whatever would be the story I would guess if I had to just put that together. Beef Wellington, nice. If you are not familiar with the movie The Beguiled, it is a Clint Eastwood movie, and it's actually one of my favorite Clint Eastwood movies. Most people think about Clint Eastwood as like the cowboy and the spaghetti western and whatnot, but if you've never seen The Beguiled, it's a really good Clint Eastwood movie. It's a Civil War era movie, and if I remember, it's been so many years since I've seen it. He was a wounded soldier, and he got taken in by like a coven, or what do you call like not a coven. The fucking house full of young women, you know, it's during the war and the women all live there. Like not like a religious place. But anyway, it's a house full of fucking young women living there and like one head mother, et cetera, et cetera. And they take him in and he's wounded. And then it starts to be all this like intrigue between all the different, you know, young ladies who are falling for him and he's playing them against each other. And it's just this completely different kind of, Clint Eastwood movie. It's not what you would think of as a Clint Eastwood movie, but poisonous mushrooms are involved in the plot. I don't want to give too much of it away by giving too much of the details, but poisonous mushrooms play heavily into the plot, I'll say. And that's what made me think of that. And then the other good Clint Eastwood movie is High Plains Drifter. That's my other favorite, in case you were going to ask if there's any other favorite Clint Eastwood movies, but it's definitely High Plains Drifter. 1971, I was born. No, I haven't really gone through like a phase with the giggles. If something gets me giggling, I will definitely get the giggling, but I'm kind of always like that. So it's the mushrooms really just kind of tweak that. No, not a nunnery either. I saw Ark harassing you. He's sending you pictures. Oh, nice, Cornish. I'm glad you're still with us. No, not convent. Thank you, Robert. That's the word I was looking for. It was a convent, not a covenant. So, yes, convent is the word I was looking for. Thank you, Robert, and welcome aboard, by the way. Uh, 1971. I'm assuming that's the year the movie came out. I keep getting the same stupid Google alert over and over again, and it's a dumb alert anyway, and it just keeps fucking telling me no matter how many times I clear it. What are you going to do? All right, what are we going to do? That is one thing that I don't like about tripping is always that sense of, and I'm not experiencing it too bad now. I really get it bad with acid, is that sense of like I like anticipation or like anxiousness of like you're always on the verge of like getting ready to do something, but like what? I don't know what I'm getting ready to do, but I feel like I'm getting ready to do something. Like edge of your seat kind of sensation constantly. It's really hard to just sit back and like just groove when you're on acid or whatever. And again, I could do that now. I'm just feeling antsy because again, I know this is a live show and it's supposed to be a fun mushroom tripping experience, and I just feel like this is probably not as fun as you all thought it was going to be. Spartan Discus. How old are the crypts behind me? Oh, I don't know, a few years. Let's go look at some of my herbs. I put this whole tank together. I guess, God, it's been 6 or 7 years, 8 years now. I don't even know how long it's been. But I'm pretty sure these crypts, you know what? I don't think these crypts went in there. Let me put my nose up in the air and wiggle it around. I don't think I put these crypts in here originally, because if you actually look at the banner when I do my live stream and my channel logo banner, it's this tank, and it looks very different than it does now. So it can't be, these can't be as old as the tank, and I think the tank by now, God, is 8 years, or who knows? It just feels like it's been here forever. So these crypts, I'm going to say at least probably 5, give or take. If that's a good enough answer for you. I didn't just plant them, put it that way, but they haven't been in there for decades either. Oh, aqua balls. Spartan. I'll have to try to remember that. All right. I'm still like, this is what I just cut down. So it's not even close to dry yet, let alone cured or anything. This is the cola up here. Oh, let me switch arms. I got a bad shoulder on my left side. So that is still, that's going to get cured. I'm going to keep this completely separate. That's going to do its own thing. That's why it's hanging up there. The rest of the plant is right here. And so we still need to dry that. This is Blue Dream. So that's not even smokable yet. That's, oh, you know what we could do? Oh, I got an idea. Anybody know what this is? I haven't used this, so you can see the dust on it. I haven't used this in so long. This will be something to do. I'm going to have to plug it in, get it warmed up. This is a desktop. I think of it as my desktop vapor. This is a vaporizer. But it's a dry herb vaporizer. You put bud in that little glass chamber there, and the heating element down there actually just allows you to draw really hot vapor, hot air over the bud, and it vaporizes all of the stuff. So on rare occasion, when I have weed that I want to smoke that isn't dried yet, I can put it in here and it'll be like vaporizing it, even though it's not fully dried out. So let me sit you down and I'll get this cleaned off and plugged in and all that kind of good stuff. Might have to take a quick dash to the little fish keeper's room, the little mushroom keeper's room. All right. So let's get this unvelcroed. And I am going to want to put this, where do I want to put this? I know where we'll put this. We'll put this down here. Where I've got my tablet, and we'll put my tablet over here so it doesn't fall in the pond. And then, let's see. All right. All right, I have it set now for 332 degrees. The heating element down there is heating up, and when the red light goes out, it'll be up to temperature, and that'll be a nice low temperature vape hit, and you won't see anything come out of my mouth or anything. All I'm really going to get is flavor out of it, but it really gets you high as shit. It's a really nice hit. I don't know why I don't hit on it more often. It's kind of a pain in the ass. It's time consuming. I'm going to go wash this off and get this cleaned up. And then we'll pick a nice little chunky piece of bud to put in there. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. This is going to be a treat. At least it will be for me. Like I say, of course, you'll all get to watch me do it. So that'll be a treat for you. All right. So let me select a bud here. We don't want to get too crazy or carried away. I got a couple little chunks that are loose on the bottom here. We'll pick those up. All right. Man, the smell coming off these is crazy. It's Blue Dream, so it's a really, really recognizable smell. So I want to get them. The trick is you got to get them past where the white part is, because that's going to be in the glass. And there's a screen right here, so you can't get it into the glass dome part. This is where you're going to see the vapor collect, or you'll see the white vapor in there when I'm hitting on it. But you also don't want to pack it in too tightly, because it won't let the hot air move. You don't want it to go around it. You want it to go through it, and it'll just vaporize all the chemicals and stuff on its way through. I got a little piece of stem in there I want to get out. Hang on. Goldfish will eat it. I was going to say, what's that burning smell? I know what it is. It's my heating element heating up behind me. All right. Blue Dream loaded up into there. Ah, this stinks so bad. Oh, look. I got some screens in there. I didn't even know they were sitting in there. All right. Put this on here. And when it's ready to go, I'll get the camera angled down. I don't know why you're going to want to see what's going on down here, but you're going to be precariously close to my knees and feet, so prepare yourselves. All right, while that is finishing heating up, I will let you continue looking at the goldfish tank. Oh, they definitely taste better with the vaporizer. Let me put you guys on mute real quick. I'm going to run into the bathroom, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. It looks like the light is green, so I think I'm back. Well, I had some time to think while I was away. Had some alone time. What did I sit on? I think it was just my underwear. Never mind. Oh, I know what it was. Don't you wish you did? It was one of my own hairs got caught in my underwear, and when I sat down, the underwear pulled, and it pulled the hair, and it pinched. You know what it feels like having a hair pulled. And so when I sat down, it suddenly felt like somebody pricked me with a needle or something, but it was just a hair being pulled. Took me a minute to put all that together and figure out what had happened. All right. I'll tell you about my private thoughts in the bathroom here. Let's get on with having this hit here. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this or not. I guess I could try holding it up. Yeah, I guess that works. Look at the bubble. At first, you probably won't see much of anything, and eventually, I guess I don't have to want to hold it up. I don't have to point it down. Oh, I guess you are going to see some vapor come off that. Oh my God, it tastes so good. You see how much moisture is condensing on the glass already? It's like starting to turn into droplets of water because it's still fresh weed in there. That's not even close to dried out yet. Oh my God, that is so good though. It tastes so delicious, and it packs a wallop. God damn, that sends the elevator up. And you really see the vapor appear when I stop drawing on it. When I'm drawing on it and the pressure's really low, it just, well, again, it's kind of hard to see because all the vapor that's on the glass, the water vapor that's on the glass. But when I stop hitting on it, it turns white like a cloud on the inside of it. When I start hitting on it again, it draws down, it looks clear again. God damn, ear choke myself. That's trying to show you what I was talking about. Oh, God. Well, that's a weird camera angle. Let's fix that. A little tip to amateur vloggers and whatnot. Never have the camera pointing up at yourself. I see people do this shit all the time. They'll talk on their laptop or something. Just do like a Zoom call kind of thing, not like a professional videographer or whatever. But still, stack your goddamn laptop on a couple books or something. They have their laptop down on the desk, and the camera's looking up. It's just a terrible angle. Nobody wants to look up your nostrils, first of all. The shadows are different. Like, it's an uncanny way of like, we don't look up at people's faces. It's not natural. If you want to have a more flattering camera angle, have it slightly elevated, looking down somewhat on you, will be the most flattering camera angle you can do. All right. One thing you will notice with the vaporizer stuff is it will, I don't know if you can see that or not, it's all brown right now and it's starting to taste like burnt popcorn. That is a thing. That is universal. It will taste like burnt popcorn when it's starting to get done. And when I say taste like burnt popcorn, I mean it tastes exactly like burnt popcorn. If I didn't tell you what it was, you'd wonder what the fuck why am I smoking burnt popcorn? That's what it tastes like. So it's getting there now after those giant puffs. And so what I'm going to do is sort of, ouch, burn my finger on the hot glass. And then I'm going to stir the weed around a little bit and try to open up some more cavities so that, different parts of the weed are exposed to the hot air. And I'll get a couple more hits out of it. But once it starts tasting like burnt popcorn, it's kind of done. Now, the problem is, and now I'm thinking about it, this is kind of why I don't use this, is what's left over in here is still going to have a lot of viable stuff on there, but it's going to taste like ass. You're not going to want to smoke it or do anything with it. Maybe you could save it and do some sort of collection and maybe make some food or cook with it or something. And it just gives you this weird sort of waste product that's good enough that you don't want to just throw it away, but it's also not really good enough that you're actually going to smoke it or do anything with it. And so that's why I kind of use it as a little treat. It's something. So what I'll do with that is I'll throw that into my little collection funnel where I pour my alcohol, and I'll just let the alcohol run over it, and whatever gets soaked into my reclaim stuff, so be it. The rest is going in the trash. Yeah, that definitely has that burnt popcorn flavor. This first few hits, I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a lot of vapor coming off of this. These first few hits taste so good. They taste like if you ever buy like a Blue Dream cartridge or whatever, like it tastes exactly like that. And then by the third or fourth hit, you start getting that burnt popcorny taste creeping in again. Good stuff though. Well, that was fun. What did it take us? Half an hour? 20 minutes? It's still not nicotine. I'd still like to have a nice hit off of a fucking nicotine vape. All right, I'm calling it. That is, where's that camera? That is pretty charred. And I think we got all we're going to get out of this. But that is the first time in all of my live streaming that I've actually busted this out and showed that to anybody. So that was fun. You can always tell when you've been tripping, and you can tell whether how good the trip was when you have to get up the next day and look at how much shit you have to clean up. You got stuff everywhere. It was a good trip. You find stuff in cabinets and you show off this and you get that. And you look at these things and you take that stuff apart because you're trying to figure stuff out. And again, the next day after a really good trip, you should just have stuff all over the goddamn place. Where'd I put you guys? Here you are. All right. Where am I? Somewhere up here. It is a vaporizer. All right, so now we're caught up on that. Oh, you got a volcano. Wow, that's old school too. I know Zini would make a better field expert than me. I guess I could learn about mushrooms. Yeah, it does kind of look like an old soldering iron, doesn't it? Has some hot knee action. All right. I'm trying to get caught up on all these comments. It's one way or the other with you people. I can't get you to say anything or I can't keep up. That's all right. I prefer not to be able to keep up. It keeps me busy. I'm assuming when you say careful, you're talking about careful with the angle. What happens if you cook the shrooms? I actually read about that. Me and Steve were talking about smoking them because he and I both in the past have put some little bits of caps and stuff in some bowls and just smoked it, thinking that we were going to get like a mild buzz off of it. And I always believed I did get a mild buzz off of it. I had never tried smoking them just from nothing. I've always smoked them during a trip, so I was already tripping. So who knows what I thought after smoking some. Steve has just smoked them and said like he thought he felt like a really sort of mild effect from them or whatever. So I looked it up, and apparently heat destroys the psilocybin or psilocin, depending on the type of mushroom you have. You either get a psilocybin mushroom or a psilocin mushroom, and it is the psilocin that affects us psychoactively. And so if you've got the psilocybin mushroom, the psilocybin has to be broken down in your body and processed through the liver and broken into psilocin, and it then becomes psychoactive for you. So either way, you're still getting psilocin into your brain. But that chemical gets broken down by heat. And so you can't smoke it. And in fact, the article said that if you do try to smoke it, when it burns, it produces like a toxic fume. So you really shouldn't burn mushrooms. So as far as smoking it, that's definitely out. Presumably, heat destroys the molecule would apply to cooking it as well. Now, having said that, they say regularly a common way to consume it is to make a tea out of it and drink it. And so I'm guessing you would use hot water. So I don't know where that point of temperature, maybe baking some cookies at 300 degrees would be fine. But 600 degrees of putting a flame on it is not fine. So I don't know those kind of details. I just know you can't smoke it. So I would be reluctant to do too much cooking with it. I've never really heard of anything other than the chocolate bars. Cookies have to get baked at 375 degrees. I don't know if that would ruin the psilocybin or not, honestly. So eating them raw or tea are usually the two preferred most common options, or you can plug them. I will tell you a story. A buddy of mine years ago that I knew, I was talking to him. I didn't actually do mushrooms with him or not. But back in the 70s, he knew a guy who was a Native American. and they got together one weekend or something. I don't know, whatever the story was. They were going to do mushrooms together. He was in a band at the time, and they were touring and all that kind of stuff. So Howie met up with this guy. Again, I don't really know the details, but they were in a hotel room, and he said he had these mushrooms, and and he was like, cool. And so like the dude starts unbuckling his belt and like taking his pants down. And Mike was just like, whoa, what the fuck, dude? Like, I thought you said we were going to do mushrooms. I was like, we are. And so he taught Mike about plugging mushrooms, which is basically taking mushroom caps and pushing them up your ass into your rectum and letting it get absorbed that way, like the way they force feed people. I know when people think about force feeding, they think it's like a tube down the throat. That ain't the end it goes to the other end. And so you can plug mushrooms the same way. You stick them far enough up your ass and your body will absorb them the same way as if you eat them, but it absorbs it differently. It absorbs it more slowly, and you get a much more intense, longer lasting trip. And he said he was reluctant when he did it, but he said, holy shit, man. He said, I tripped for like 3 fucking days after that. He said it was the craziest experience I ever had. So that's the only story I have about plugging mushrooms. But that is a way that you can consume mushrooms if you're, game and you want to try it. Personally, I just go ahead and eat them and then swish them down with some tea or coffee or something. Hey, Rob, how are you? Hey, you got your new teeth. You can put it away nice. Black substrate it is. Powder and snort. You could probably powder and snort it. Oh, that's funny. No, I definitely don't get those kind of weird experiences when I'm tripping. To be more precise about the substrate behind me, it is Eco Complete, and it is not the black sand, but it's just the black bimodal. It's got a little bit of sand mixed in with gravel and all that. So that is definitely black substrate that you're seeing there. I have that in a lot of my tanks. I personally really like it a lot. So it's not just the shadows and the darkness and whatnot, the blackness of my soul. Oh, God, broke your neck there for a minute. Say you don't fuck with me, I'll break your goddamn neck. So yes, it's not just the shadows and the darkness of my soul. Look, everybody. Oh. I haven't seen Squeaker in a long time. I've had people asking about Squeaker. So it is now after 10. My wife is in bed and the cat is in the house. And so that's why we're seeing Squeaker. Normally he's outside because that's where he prefers to be. Ouch, let go, you stupid cat. Outside is where he prefers to be. But if he gets trapped inside like a rat when my wife goes to bed, he comes down here to bother me because he thinks I'm going to take him upstairs and let him out. So that's the only reason he's down here visiting, is he thinks he's getting let out. Look at them tooties. Look at them tooties. Look at them little toe beans. Show everybody your little piggies. Show everybody your piggies. Spread them toe beans out. Oh, all right. Calm down. He didn't want to show you his toe beans. Are you done? All right. He's done. Now I'm going to have fucking cat hair all over the place for the next 20 minutes. Good grief. I wasn't kidding. Shit's everywhere. Jesus. Hang on, everybody, because remember, I'm sweaty. And picking up a big, fluffy, furry cat in the middle of summertime. I don't know if you can see this coming out on camera or not, but there's fucking cat hair all over the goddamn place. Jesus. That was a bad idea. It's room level 9,000, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty, like I said the same thing. I'm good to go on the ass shrooms. We'll stick with the conventional, boring old eat them and wash them down with some iced tea. God damn, cat. We need a Mario emoji. Why is that? It is a cat. Oh, I can't stand white substrate in a tank. Ooh, some sexy shrimp. I actually spread some shrimp around. My other tank that had a bunch of shrimp in it in the other room collapsed, and I don't know whether the seal broke or what. I think it's the seal. It didn't look like the glass in the bottom had cracked, so it's got to be the seal. But it drains water quickly. I can fill it all the way up, and in an hour it's empty again. As it's filling, I can see water running in the bottom of the tub that it's sitting in. So it's just, well, it's obviously not flowing out as fast as it's flowing in, but it's flowing out fast. It's not a slow leak. And so I got all the shrimp out of there before they, were basically in the mud at the bottom. And I put a bunch in my betta tank over here, which we saw earlier. So that had some shrimp in it already, and now it's got a lot in it. And then I had a bunch of shrimp in the discus tank here, and so I threw a few more in there, and I actually threw a bunch in the goldfish pond here. And so we're going to see what happens with the shrimp in the goldfish pond. I don't know if they're going to survive or not long term, but I did see several of them make it to the bottom, even though they were being chased by some of the fish. And a few of the smaller ones got before they made it to the bottom. Several of them did make it to the bottom. So who knows? Maybe we'll get some shrimp breeding in the pond. That would be fun. That's interesting. You say that putting the white substrate makes their colors come out, because with all other fish, I don't know if this is true with discus or not, but with all other fish, if you really want the colors to pop, put a dark substrate in there. I've recommended that to people for years. They're not only do you get a visual contrast between their color and a darker substrate, obviously, having my background, it's how dark my background is. So anytime you've got a dark background with the brighter fish, you're going to get a brighter looking fish than having, the bright background competing for your attention and that sort of thing. But that notwithstanding, from the fish's point of view, they color up more if they feel safer and secure. And I've always found that with the darker substrate, the fish just look brighter and look more vibrant. I've read that in a bunch of different places. It's been my experience. I used to have white substrate in a lot of my tanks. That's why I know I don't like it. It's not a fish thing. I just don't like it visually. I think it looks ugly. I just don't like white substrate. Even my tank back there, my other 125, Daryl, you'll notice that has, Jesus Christ, my shoulder's killing me. This has the natural aquarium gravel in it, like the cheap stuff you buy at the Walmart. And even that, I mean, it's all right. It looks natural, at least. It doesn't look like fake white sand. But it's so light colored. I just don't like it. I really like that dark substrate. So for me personally, if it's going to tweak the fish one way or the other, that's almost secondary to me. I prefer the darker substrate. I just think it looks better than having a bright substrate. And as far as my discus go, I think my discus look fucking fantastic. So I don't know why so many people think I want to change what my discus look like. I think my discus look awesome. Ass shrooms indeed. Sexy shrimp is a saltwater shrimp. I just assumed a sexy shrimp would be any shrimp that I owned. These crypt, thank you. These crypt do look good. My other tank, my 55 over here, this one is the crypt in that tank is just out of control. It was to the point where it almost completely filled the tank in. I wanted to see if I could do that, and it turns out I can. If I just let it grow, it will fill that tank in. And it was getting to the point where it was ridiculous. Like the fish didn't really have room to swim around. I don't know why I can't get this camera situated. I don't know, maybe all those mushrooms I ate might have something to do with it. That's going to have to do, people. I'm sorry. There you go. Are we good? I think we're good. All right. Yeah, as good as you're going to get. That 55, we just let it go. And the crypt were in there so much that the fish could barely even swim around. And so eventually I got in there and I cleaned a lot of it out. And we basically stripped it down to being something floating on the water. All the tetras are snapping at, and I don't know what it is. Probably a bug in the room down on the water. And it's grown back to that already. So the crypt in that tank look out of control, crazy. Let's go see what the tetras are up to. Of course, they're not doing it now. They were up here in the right-hand corner. They were hitting at something floating on the surface. All of them were. It was like a whole group of them, like a swarm attack. I guess maybe whatever it was got eaten. I think it probably was just a bug or something. Anyway, these are the crypts in question. And you can see how they grow all along here. If we actually look closely, well, I guess the substrate's too low to really see it. In a lot of cases, you can actually see where the roots are growing. There you go. You can kind of see the roots underneath of the... Oh, there's Link. And there's Link again. Holy shit, there's Link again. And that's Luke. These crypt also are all the way back here. If you look, you'll see little spikes of crypt starting to come up. And that's because these are all trailing. I planted some in that corner long ago, and they've made their way all the way around there. This is another tank. This is the same kind of substrate. I have this in most of my tanks because I like it. But this tank doesn't have a filter or anything in it. It's got an air stone, and it's got a couple of power heads moving the water around a little bit, but that's pretty much it. There's no real filtration or anything. I know the spray bar and everything is still sitting on there, but I disconnected this filter, I don't know, close to a year ago, months and months ago. I don't even know how long it's been. I actually like it better without the damn water flowing around in it. It looks good, really nice and calm like this. Never noticed how awesome his eyeball looked. It looks like a damn opal. It's got all kind of crazy colors in that eyeball. All right, now I gotta get you all situated on the camera again. I figured out why I was having such a hard time getting you situated. Probably need to screw you guys down again. So the camera itself is pointing slightly different than the way the actual mount is pointing. And so I kept adjusting the mount correctly. And then I'd look at the monitor. I'm like, why is the camera pointing wrong? And every time I kept adjusting the mount again, I was moving the camera around. So I need to get the camera screwed down, tighten back up. But there you go. That's close enough. Yeah, when you start talking about filtration, you can have a whole conversation about what qualifies as filtered. Any tank that, unless you're talking about like a old school Tom and Jerry goldfish bowl, that's a glass bowl where the water has to be dumped out once a day and fresh water put in, that's truly an unfiltered tank. You're just letting the fish sit in water until it gets a little bit dirty, and then you're dumping the water out and putting fresh water back in there. There's a reason goldfish can live in that kind of environment. Other fish typically can't. Once you get into any kind of tank that's sustainable without having to dump the bad water out. If there's any way that water is being processed by the tank itself, whether it's the plants that are uptaking the nutrients, there has to be some sort of oxygenation called the nitrogen cycle. That's the process of the nitrogen cycle is really oxidation, it's not anything being eaten necessarily. It's the ammonia is being oxidized, and the nitrite is being oxidized, etc. And so, as long as you've got the conditions for all that to happen, and you got the right amount of oxygen, I'm not letting you out. We'll do it after the live stream, and I'm not picking you up again. Watch out. Is that a filtered tank? If you've got the process, no, we're not doing this. Come on, stop. Don't make me chase you out of the room. You guys want to see me chase the cat out of the room? So do you call that a filtered tank? Even if it's just a little bit like that tank we just looked at, it's got water circulation, water's moving around, and it's got an air stone. So I'm providing gas exchange, and I'm putting, movement in the water so that it's processing all the ammonia and the waste products are being taken care of and being broken down. Is that filtered? So when I say it's an unfiltered tank, I mean like a straight up mechanical, like you can see that's got a filter on it. That's a filter. This tank has the spray bars functioning. It has a canister filter flowing on it. Whether I change that filter frequently or not is irrelevant. This has a filter moving the water around. That's got a filter moving the water around. My 29 is a good example. Let's have a look at my 29 and we can have, come with me. We'll carry the conversation on. So is this tank filtered? It certainly looks like it's filtered. But if we look closely, we can see that those filter pads have not been changed in a very long time. I do not remember how long it's been. Like there's no water flowing through that. There's not, if we pulled these biofilters out, there's no water flowing through those biofilters. So what's actually happening in this filter right here? I mean, technically it's a filter, it's a power filter, right? But what's happening in it? Nothing at all is happening in this fucking filter except water's being pumped in, it's flowing back past the thing, and then it's flowing back into the tank. And there's probably a little bit of biological action going on in there, but negligible. What's really doing the tank and keeping the tank alive is happening in the tank. What the filter is doing is moving water around. So in this tank, I do not have a power head or an air stone or anything. This filter is the only thing that's moving the water around. But as you can clearly see, I don't do like filter stuff. I don't change the filter. I don't clean those pads out or whatever. I just let it move water. That's a really elaborate power head as far as I'm concerned. So can we call this tank filterless? I mean, I technically no. And I mean, we're looking at the filter right there, but so again, it's a conversation to be had. I tried it with my 55 here. We took the canister, we disconnected that and took it off of here, and we tried it without it, and it really didn't work. You can see I struggle even with the filter on there and all the extra water movement and everything, and we still get the algae and cyanobacteria. This tank has just always been like that, and I thought maybe taking the filter off might help in some way. Who knows? I just figured mixing it up and changing it, doing something different, might give me a different result. And I got a different result. It got worse, which was an expected result, but it was different. It did change the behavior of the way the tank functioned. It just made it really bad. And so I had to put the filter back on that one. But a lot of my tanks don't really count as filtered tanks in the traditional sense that you would think of as a filtered tank. Shirley, welcome aboard. Thank you, Art. Yeah, Squeaker says that a lot. He actually calmed down tonight. I figured if I was patient and I just let him get it out of his system. He's sitting right behind me. He's on the floor licking his butt like cats always do. He's got the one leg straight up in the air. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, thanks, Bob. I screw you guys so hard it hurts every time, and then you just fucking get loose on me every live stream. I don't know what it is with you people. There's no there's no amount of screwing you that I can do that ever satisfies you. We have a relevant human or an irrelevant human. What are you trying to say there, Zany? All right, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I always want to show you what I'm talking about. I can't show you because it's part of the camera. It's like trying to look at your own eyeball, and you can't do that. Let me flip the little flippy thing down here. Um, yeah, that was, oh, that hurt. Look, left grooves in my finger. I screwed you guys so hard. You guys are going to be feeling that one tomorrow. I know I am. When you're the one doing the screwing and you feel it the next day, you know it's a fucking bad one. All right, let me get this tightened up. Your little ball joints also all loose and wobbly on me too tonight. I'm having a lot of trouble with my microphone stand here, my camera stand here. All right. As in, I don't know what you're talking about. You're losing me. Oh, I'm down to 24 battery points on my tablet, so I guess it is 10:30. We ought to be starting to think about wrapping it up soon. I still feel like I should apologize. I feel like this should have been a lot more fun or a lot more trippy or weird or something. Again, I don't know what anyone is expecting. I guess maybe if I had just set the camera up and put a disco ball and just had a party or something, you guys could have watched me. But I just don't do that kind of stuff. Again, the most likely thing, if you want to, like, if you ever saw me and thought, well, Dan's tripping his balls off, I won't be doing anything. When you see somebody that's really tripping, they're just motionless. They're just standing there. They're staring at something or their face is blank because they're lost in thought. Um, that's when somebody's really just tripping balls, is when they're just fucking standing there staring at something for 5 minutes. Steve was telling me a story about like a bunch of people laughing and whatnot, and finally snapping him out of like what he was looking at. What he was looking at wasn't even anything in front of him, and he started out by thinking like he wasn't tripping. Like what's going on? I ate all these mushrooms and I don't feel like I'm tripping. And he started looking at something. And, typical tripping experience, this happens to everybody when they eat mushrooms or acid, or something like this happens. And so he got up thinking like, he was trying to, I don't remember what he said he was looking at. But he a few minutes later, he realized like people were laughing and had been trying to get his attention and talking to him. And he like sort of snapped out of it. And like, he realized like, holy shit, I guess these mushrooms are fucking really did kick in. Like, and people have been talking, like laughing at him and trying to get his attention. He was just spaced out. He was looking at something, but just completely zoned on it. It might be, again, in that circumstance, it's funny because Bob over there is standing there staring at something. But I don't know if that makes for a good live stream. I just want to watch me doing that kind of behavior. And that's typically tripping behavior, is just zoning out on stuff. Or, I always remember the story, the military did experiments with LSD to see if they could use it as a weapon or something like that. And one of the soldiers he was climbing a tree, and they didn't understand why he kept climbing a tree, and he kept explaining to them they had to feed the birds. He just needed to get into that tree so he could feed the birds. And eventually they realized, we can't, this isn't a fucking weapon. What the fuck? We're not making super soldiers with this shit. They lose their fucking minds on this stuff. But yeah, he was trying to climb a tree because he needed to feed the birds. Now, again, that's funny, but how long do you want to watch some fucking dude on acid trying to climb a tree, or something like that? But that's the weird shit people do when they're on acid. You'll see them start taking something apart because I remember one time I had it was like a stained glass window, just like in a frame, and you could hang it like in front of another window or something like that, and light would shine through it and that sort of thing. Like a sort of cheap way of putting a stained glass window up. And I had one of them covering the window in my front door of my old house, so people couldn't just look right in. And I just got fascinated with it when I was tripping. And I took it down off the door, And I started looking at the way it was constructed, and it was made with it's called lead came. It's like it's a lead channel, and you put the glass in it, and you put it on, you solder the ends together, and it all locks it into place. It's like the old school stained glass windows where you see that real heavy lead stuff in the middle between them. It was a window like that. And I started thinking about how much dirt and grime over the years must get in that lead, in that channel between the glass and the lead, and like I should clean this. And I started by just cleaning it by just wiping it down with Windex and everything. And then before I knew it, I was starting to unscrew the corners because I wanted to take the frame off of it. And I was literally thinking about peeling the lead apart and opening it up so that I could really get in there and clean it all. And then I would put it all back together. And when I caught myself with the screwdriver taking the little brackets off the corner, I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't take a stained glass window apart to clean it and put it back together. Just fucking leave it alone. And so, again, the next morning I had a screwdriver, a little window thing lying on the floor. And, again, you can tell how good of a trip you had the day before by how much shit you have to clean up the next day. And that's exactly the kind of stuff I'm talking about. So, again, is that funny to watch somebody doing this weird, meaningless task that's not ever going to amount to anything? Maybe. I don't know what your sense of humor is. I personally wouldn't find that too amusing to watch. I'd either think it was sad, or I would just shrug and say, that dude's tripping balls. He probably ain't going to remember this tomorrow, but he's having a fucking blast right now. I don't know what he's doing, but he knows what he's doing, and he's really into it. It's gibberish to me, but he's really into what he's doing. So I don't know. Again, I don't really know what I thought doing a tripping live stream was supposed to be, but it's been interesting, that's for sure. You get the enemy high. Now you're really losing me. See now what the fuck you're talking about. I talk highly of sponge filters. It just depends on what you want to use them for. But sponge filters they're designed to do one thing very well, and they do. Sponge filters are meant to just be mad biological filtration. You can put one sponge filter in. That's why you see them in the fish stores. You got this little 7-gallon cube, or this little 7-gallon cell on the wall there. If it's an old school fish store, it's got, each one's going to have its own filter rather than like a PetSmart that's on a central system or whatever. But that's why they do that. They've got a sponge filter in there because they can have 50 fish in this little area, and they just got mad biofiltration with that sponge filter. They're bupkis for being a mechanical filter. They don't pull the fish poop and all that stuff out. You got to vac that out. But if you want biological filtration, you can't go wrong with the sponge filter. That is what they are made for, and they do work well. Let's see. Oh, nice, Charlie. Got some assassin snails. Oh, I didn't tell you all what my moment of clarity when I was in the bathroom having my alone time for a few minutes. Well, it seemed like a few minutes. It was probably 30 seconds, but that's a long time when you're tripping. I keep forgetting I'm tripping. All right, Cornish. Yeah, that is pretty sound logic there. That is true. It was alone time, and that's the point. All right, I'm going to stand up because I'm tired of sitting down here. I feel like I need to move around. I always prefer to be standing up and moving around anyway. I don't like sitting static for too long. Watch out, you stupid cat. Do you see this stupid cat down here? Oh, look at that. Sexy leg. Man, that is a sexy leg. And there's that stupid cat. That's right where I want to put my damn mic stand. And I say mic stand because this is actually a microphone stand. I just put my camera on it, and it takes up less space than a camera stand, because the camera stand on a tripod is a big fucking pyramid shaped thing, but a mic stand is just one little pole with feet at the bottom. D-Law is the one that actually suggested that to me because I was so tired of walking around that big ass tripod. He suggested a microphone stand and put my camera on it, and it works great. So when I was having my alone time in the bathroom, here, let me back up so you're not looking at the pores on my forehead. Just for the moment I was in the bathroom, I was looking around, and like all of a sudden I was getting visuals and stuff was moving, and I was starting to trip for a moment. And I thought, all right, this is the difference between tripping around people versus alone time. I like tripping alone. It's nothing personal, and I'm not trying to be mean to anybody or saying I'm not enjoying your company. But I experienced it today with my wife. I had a lovely time walking around the yard when we got home. I mean, we had a decent enough time when we were out shopping and stuff, and I was definitely tripping while we were out shopping, and I was grooving on that experience for what it was. I was just trying to make the most of it and just take it all in, and and when we got home, we walked around the yard, and again, I'm attentive enough, I'm talking, we're looking at stuff, and having conversations about the future, what we're going to do with the garden, and this and that and the other thing, and it was cool. But then once she said, I'm hot, when I'm going to go inside, I was like, all right. And then I sat down in the garden and I had my alone time and I just started looking around. And then I was just like, oh my God, like everything was moving. And I started noticing all the bugs and the bees and shit flying around everywhere, most of which I'm sure was really there. The colors all sort of morphing together. We're in full. I don't do that every damn week. We are in like full garden blossom right now. Like there's colors everywhere. We got all kind of phlox blooming and shit everywhere. And of course, if you appreciate a garden at all, you're going to appreciate more than just the flowers. So we have all sorts of different aspects to our garden. We have structure and texture and, different stuff that interacts with each other and fills in, low growing spots versus tall growing spots. When you're tripping and you're sitting out there and you got this lush, it was just fucking awesome. I was having a really nice afternoon. So it's not to say I didn't enjoy my time with my wife and I didn't have a nice afternoon strolling around the yard and looking at everything. It's just such a different experience when I got to have that other person to focus on. I can't just trip. I can't just let my brain go where it wants and look at what, and this is the same experience. Even for that moment, I went in the other room and I had the mic muted. I knew you obviously were giving me my private time because I was in the bathroom, and like I had a moment to just like, I don't have to keep talking. I don't have to keep thinking about what I'm saying. And like, I can just stand here and collect myself for a moment. And in that 10 or 15 seconds I was standing there, the walls started moving and I was just like, wow, this is so much different than being in here, like in front of the camera and having an audience and all that kind of stuff. Again, fun experience. I'm enjoying myself immensely tonight. But it's just, I really do enjoy tripping alone. I really like my alone time when I'm tripping. So, I don't know whenever I finally do end the live stream tonight, what's going to happen. Like, am I going to realize like, oh my God, I'm tripping so much harder than I realized. I never let myself sit down and realize how hard I'm tripping because I'm constantly chattering away to, gotta bang the cymbals together to put on the monkey show, So we'll see. But I do feel like I ate a lot of mushrooms tonight. I really feel like I should be tripping harder than I'm tripping. Maybe I am just fucking so good at this, such a professional. It's been 20 years. Today is the first day I've eaten mushrooms in 20 years. And here I'm already doing a live stream and apologizing for how it wasn't as fucking wacky as I thought it might be because I'm not tripping hard enough or whatever. I don't know what to tell y'all. Anyway, I'm not saying goodnight. I'm not leaving or anything. If you're a regular of mine, you know that I sound like I'm winding down 4 hours before I actually do. Exactly. The secret's to bang the rocks together, guys. Hey, Rosie, how are you? Coming in late, but that's all right. We'll probably be here for a while. Honestly, the only reason I'm standing up right now is just because I'm tripping. I just don't feel like sitting in that chair anymore. I feel like standing up and moving around. I could hold the camera and we could walk around like vlog style. I could talk to you as we walk. We'd just be walking in circles around the room now. Anything anybody wants to do? I don't know why I'm getting ready to do stuff on the, like I'm looking at myself and I'm getting ready to use my little swipe pad here to like start moving the cursor around. And there's no cursor on the screen. It's just me. But I was going to start scrolling like I was looking for information or something. Yeah. Many things. Many things. What did I ask? What do you guys want to do? I'll tell you what I want to do. What I really want to do. Tell you what I want. What I really, really want. Thanks, Rosie. I ate a bunch of mushrooms tonight. I'm tripping, is why I look so happy. I feel like I look red. I feel like I'm fucking hot. I feel like it just like sweat is dripping out of me. I feel like I look oily. So I'm glad you think I look happy because that is much more complimentary than the way I feel like I look right now. Fortunately, as I've said before, like I don't get weirded out by shit like that when I'm tripping. So looking at myself in the mirror or knowing I'm on camera and stuff like that doesn't weird me out. But thank you for the compliment. I do think I look oily though. What did I say I wanted? Oh, I was getting ready to say what I really, really want is nicotine. I really want a fucking hit of nicotine. I don't know. I'm finding that interesting. A lot of people will use mushrooms to get off of nicotine or help quit addictions and stuff like that. And I haven't smoked a cigarette or any. Well, that's not true. I hit off a Steve's vape occasionally because I do like that little nicotine bump. And he was here this afternoon and I took a couple puffs off of it. So it's not like I never hit on nicotine. So let me correct myself. I haven't smoked a cigarette in 13 years or something like that. I quit smoking years ago. But I don't mind occasionally if Steve's around or somebody I know has a nicotine thing, I'll take a puff or two and that's it. I just leave it at that. A puff or two, I'm good. I have wanted nicotine for the last hour. Like I'm even holding this in my hand, like I'm ready to puff on it, and it's not gonna do what I want. It's weird. I think Zini is correct. I cannot do a backflip over the pond. I couldn't do a backflip into the pond, let alone over it. Nope, I couldn't do a backflip into the pond. I could fall backwards into the pond. That would be something. And you might get to see that. I can't promise you won't. I'm not going to do it intentionally. Another thing I noticed about tripping is I'll end up with a bunch of shit in my hands. I'll be carrying stuff. I was saying to my wife today, I was going out in the backyard to sit in the chair. And as I was going out, I had my bowl, I had my lighter, I picked up, my whatever the fuck this thing is called, my seahorse. I got my dab, I had my coffee, I got my iced tea, and I'm literally just going right outside onto the patio to just sit in a chair and look at the yard. Now I'm back, like collecting all the stuff up. So as I'm collecting it up, I told my wife, she's like, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm just going to sit outside and like I'm getting all the stuff together." And I said, "And apparently I need to take a lot of shit with me." And she just starts laughing. She's like, "Yeah, you look like that's why I asked you where you were going." She thought I was like getting ready to like start packing the kayak up, like I was going out for the afternoon. I was just going right out. So in order to do this hit that I'm eventually going to do, I had to put down all the other shit that I'd already started picking up and holding in my hands. So that's another thing you'll notice about people. They're just like pick stuff up and then not know what to do with it. And then they'll just put it down somewhere else. I do that a lot. I'll pick something up because I think I'm going to do something with it. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing with this? And I wind up just setting it down somewhere else a little while later. All right, everybody. Cheers. Yep, it's been so long, it's turned itself off. Let me turn her back on. And it's the proper temperature now. Purple. Because purple's the temperature. I don't even need to dab. I got so much stuff stuck up inside this that I can just hit off of it. But we are going to dab. Excuse me. I don't dislike spicy food, but I'm not particularly a fan of it. I don't like go after it or like see how hot I can get the hot wings to be or anything like that. Um, I don't dislike spicy food though. If there is a spicy dish or something, I don't have any problem eating that, and I don't mind a little bit of sweating and enjoying that little bit of heat from the peppers or whatever. But it's not anything I'm particularly fond of. Turn everyone on. How the hell am I going to turn everyone on? I got some ideas. I just don't know if they'd work. I'm pretty sure I can turn most people off. All right, hang on. Let me find my iced tea. Here it is. It was approximately 1.5 feet away from where I expected it to be, so I had to hunt for it. Show and tell. I know the items to bring. I could probably bring a lot of different items. I don't know. Oh, I know what he's talking about. Nope. Not going to bring them. We'll just call those tools of my craft for my OnlyFans page, and we'll leave it at that. Poor Zini. I feel like I traumatized that kid. I say kid. He's 21. When you're my age, anybody under the age of 30 is a fucking kid. But yeah, he's going to be traumatized someday. The Lazy Act. It's not the Lazy Act. It's the amendment to the Lazy Act that everybody's upset about. Oh. Zini's going to get me in trouble talking about that stuff. I guess it's my own fault. I do bring it upon myself by harassing him with the photos. That is funny. I wonder what Father Fish would be like high. I don't know what Father Fish would be like high. I think Father Fish high would probably be super boring. It would be one way or the other. He would either lose his fucking mind and you'd be just sitting there eating the popcorn watching the fucking show, or he would just like get even slower than he already is, and it would just get slower and more thoughtful and introspective, and I don't know. I just think it would be pretty dull. Now, if he was on mushrooms, who knows? That's an old man that's seen some shit over the years. That's got to affect you. I don't know what kind of shit he's seen, but you can look at that man's face and you can tell he's seen some shit. The sloth from Zootopia. I don't remember the sloth. I never saw Zootopia, so that's why I don't remember the sloth from Zootopia. I was thinking of Penguins of Madagascar for some reason. That's not Zootopia. Let me open a new page here. Plot of Zootopia. I'll see what I can make of the what it says about the plot. I already can tell you I've probably got thoughts on this movie. This is just, I read the, hold on, I can't see shit. I'm going to give you guys a rare treat. You ready for this? This is what I have to do if I want to actually see anything. Holy shit, I can read now. Zootopia, 2016 animated buddy cop film. First strike against it. Walt Disney, second strike against it. Blah, blah, blah. Follows a rookie police officer, con artist Fox. They work to uncover a conspiracy involving the disappearance of predators. Interesting. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. That was it. Oh, here's the plot. In a world inhabited by anthropomorphic animals, Judy Hopps, a rabbit from rural Bunny Burrow, becomes the first rabbit police officer in the city of Zootopia. On her first day at the Zootopia Police Department, she's given parking duty, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I'm skimming. Hang on. All right, this is a hell of a fucking plot synopsis. Jesus, Wikipedia. I was going to ask, do you want to hear me read it out loud? But I can't tell whether you're answering me or not, so I'm not going to. Let's see. Oh, no, he was abducted by Timberwolves. All right, maybe I'll have to watch the movie just to see what all this, because reading all this is getting boring. You guys enjoying the wacky mushroom trip I'm on right now? All right, I'll have to check it out, and I'll maybe watch that movie. I'll give you that one, Zini. I've made you listen to, or I should say, I've enhanced the quality of your life with Hitchhikers, and so I'll check out Zootopia and see what that has to say. If you've enhanced my life. Oh, let me scroll back up. I'm missing some comments here. Actually, let me find my tablet. I'll just read them off that. I need to blow my nose from all that laughter a few moments ago. All right. Zini is a carnivore. I am an omnivore. I'd sneak some rabbits in there too. Yeah, that's why I says, and I'll have to watch it and pick up the underlying meaning between the lines and all that shit. You better finish book one, damn it. And I assumed you're not a fan of it the way I'm a fan of Hitchhikers. That would be a bit excessive. All right. Did you all enjoy my glasses there? I know Zini has seen me in my glasses before and always acts as though it's a strange thing. I don't know. I don't think here, let me I didn't have my monitor open before, so I wasn't actually seeing myself with my glasses on. Let me put them back on so I can see what I look like. I do this a lot too, so I can walk around the house without killing myself and I can see, but then when I need to actually see something, I can look through my glasses. Does that make me we know who this looks like. But that actually works, having the glasses down here. It's like bifocals. I can see normal vision out here, and then when I need to, I can actually just look through my glasses. All these are is just 2x magnifying lenses. They're not like prescription glasses or anything. I'm getting old, and I can't see stuff up close anymore. I can't read, and so they're just little magnifiers. But I think it's funny the way people react when they see me with glasses on for the first time. I'm incognito with my glasses on. But I tell you, I take them off, and even my tablet here, it's fucking the lines and shit are blurry all of a sudden. I really do prefer having them on when I read, but it's only for when I read. If I wanted to look at anything else, I got to take the glasses off, and so it's on, off constantly. It's annoying as shit. That's why I just tolerate it on the tablet. I was gonna say, do I have like a wig or something I could put on? And I do not. Well, I don't know why I'm asking if I have a wig or not. I know I don't have any wigs. Here, let me push my nose up in the air again and wiggle it around for you. I could put my skull cap on and then put my glasses on. Let's see if that would make it look like a disguise. Let me blow my nose while I'm out here too. And I'm not doing that right in front of your faces. I'm just gonna do it right in your ear. All right, that sounded like a fucking old man moment if I ever heard one. All right, let's put my skull cap on here. Now we'll put my glasses on and see if we don't look like I'm somebody in disguise. Did I just turn into an old man? I look like an old Snoop Dogg. No, that's stupid. Snoop Dogg looks like an old Snoop Dogg. He looks old as fuck. But I definitely look, I'm definitely approaching that old man. I got my glasses too close. I can feel my eyelashes hitting the lenses. That's weird. There you go, everybody. I like that. And I think I'm going to leave my skull cap on because it feels like it's mopping the sweat off the top of my head. It's moist down here. I wonder what the temperature in here is. 79 degrees on the wall right there. The floor is 77 degrees. So it's not terrible, but it's moist. It's very humid outside. I got the fan on the other room pulling air through from the outside. Excuse me. So it's moist from the humidity outside, but it's also, the fish room and the pond and everything. It's clearly a moist environment here. I was going to say there's an unmolested section. I hope there's an unmolested section, unmoderated section. What are we talking about? Let me get caught up here. Like the sus old people in the unmoderated section of Omegle? Omegle? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Is it like a webcam site or a porn site or something that I should know about? Because I really feel like I should. Should I look it up? Oh, well, if you're going to met it, then I don't even know what the fuck. What is it? When I think of whatever you just said, I think of Omega from Doctor Who. We already had that conversation, so we're not going to go there again. I don't think you guys want me talking about Doctor Who right now. Although I could talk about Doctor Who right now if you'd like. All right, let me look up. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I've seen the watermark in the bottom of videos or whatever before. Yeah, that's Omegle. Talk to strangers with free video chat. It's a great way to meet new friends. Oh, when you use Omegle, you are paired randomly with another person to talk to one-on-one. So it's like Chatterbait. Salvador, how are you? You watch Trolls on Mushrooms? Nice. I'm assuming you mean the old the movie Trolls. No, my skull cap. I wear this when I work out. It's like it's the equivalent of like the '70s sweatband to keep the sweat from dripping in my eyes. I just prefer the skull cap because I'm bald. I wear it outside occasionally, keep the sun off my head or whatever. It's just my skull cap. I don't know why a lot of people make a big deal out of when I wear it, but it doesn't mean anything. It's just my skull cap. But no, it's not a version of Popeye or anything. They have a phantom gooner problem, usually over 60 for some reason. I don't know what that is, but it sounds exciting. uh, don't make me go there, Xena. You're always making me go to the dark side of my soul. I don't think of it as the dark side of my soul. I just think of it as the inappropriate side of my soul for this particular YouTube channel. And tripping or not, I definitely don't need to go there. Hey, Mike, how are you? Right, this Trolls movie, gotcha. That is funny. I swear, I don't know, it's 11 o'clock. I know I really should be winding down, but I feel like I want to eat more mushrooms, honestly. I still don't feel like I got where I wanted to be. I really wanted to trip, and I don't feel like I've done that today. I mean, I don't know. Not the way I wanted to. I mean, I did trip, but not like the way I wanted to. And I never got the visuals. I was really hoping, and again, I knew I wasn't going to get the visuals like I experienced that one time. Those were crazy. That one trip that I had where like the rainbows were falling out of the sky and shit. Like you just don't see shit like that often. That's not a normal trip. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Shove them up my ass to get a good trip out of them. You guys want to watch that? I usually charge people extra for that. So we'll do that on another video. You guys have to pay money for that one. Anyway, don't get me distracted. You're gonna make me blush. It's amazing the shit I do on video without thinking twice about it. But then you make a joke about it, and I blush like a 16-year-old girl. It's weird having a human brain. The shroom high's been going pretty good there, Mike. I'm doing all right, having a fun, good mood. Try one piece from each bag. Just bite the cap off of each one. That would be awesome. You like this camera angle? Nice. No, Eugene doesn't need to see earlier. All you got was a look at my knee, for fuck's sake. Is my knee that offensive to people? This is my new first position. I put the camera, well, I think I got you a little closer than I normally do because I just slopped you up there. I normally have it sitting back here a little bit more. There you go. You're not quite breathing up my fucking nostrils anymore. There was 3. Bob's chatting me up on the Discord. Hang on a minute. Let me see what he has to say. Oh, I need to plug my tablet into my battery's running low. All right, let me get my notifications up. That's he sent me a picture. Screen cap. That's funny. See, to me, that just looks like me laughing. Again, I see myself with the skull cap on a lot, so that doesn't look weird to me at all. And I wear those fucking glasses all the time. And so while I don't see myself in those glasses as often as I see my face on video all the time, I do see myself in those glasses often. I'm in the bathroom in front of the mirror. Just in my office, I can see the reflection on my, computer monitor. When the screen goes black for a moment, I can see the reflection of my glasses. So I'm just used to wearing them. That doesn't look unusual at all to me. And then again, just seeing a picture of me laughing. I don't know. Again, I just feel like you guys are not getting your money's worth out of it. Well, since you're not really paying anything for this, I guess you're getting the fucking value for your money when you think about it. Zini deranked. I don't know. Did Bob outdo him all of a sudden? So I don't know. Do we want to do like a marathon and like just go to 1 in the morning and just keep on tripping? We've already been here for 3 hours. It's after 11. I'm not even feeling like slowing down yet. In fact, I'm actually thinking about eating more mushrooms. My wife, if she can hear me upstairs, she's probably rolling her eyes thinking, oh, God, is he going to really eat more at this fucking time of night? But she also has been with me for many, many years. Remember the last time The reason I don't trip on acid anymore is because the last time I tripped on acid, I tripped for over 2 weeks. And it was the most amazing experience ever. It was the greatest trip you could ever fucking take. I didn't go anywhere or do anything. I just sat in my fucking living room and, was in my house for 2 weeks, but I was out of my fucking skull for 2 straight weeks, for like 14 days. I was just out of my skull, tripping on acid. And so my wife is proud. She knows, like, once I get acid, I'm going to continue eating it until it's gone. And she just saw me get a big fucking bag full of mushrooms today. So she's probably anticipating me being, out of my mind for a few days until all the mushrooms are down. All the mushrooms are gone. To see my mushroomness in my words, the bonus by the bargain. Nice. I will have to get a little something to snack on and eat something if I'm going to eat some more mushrooms, because I'm definitely fucking hungry. I haven't eaten anything except that chicken I tore apart earlier with my bare hands. I'm telling you, that was a weird experience, just ripping that chicken apart. And I wasn't just tearing it apart. I was, pulling the breast meat out. And then, but when you're tripping and you're dissecting an animal, basically pulling the chunks of meat out and breaking the legs off and all that kind of stuff, it was an experience. All right, I'll eat some more mushrooms. Why not? Who fucking cares? You only live once, right? My poor fish are going to be up all damn night. All right, if we're going to do this, let's do it before it gets any later. Here, you guys look at the pretty fish tank for a minute. I'm going to run upstairs and get a protein drink so I can get something on my belly. Oh, you know what? Let's eat the mushroom first, and then I'll wash it down with some protein drink. So you guys wait here. I don't know why I'm going to make you face this direction while I go get some mushrooms. Why won't the light come on? There it is. I was pushing the button the wrong direction. That's why it wouldn't come on. All right, I'm going to make you stare at the wall for a minute. Again, I don't know why I couldn't have just pointed you at the fish tanks while I was coming in here to get this. All right, so I got amazing looking ones in the other room that I haven't even showed you yet. So we got these. This is what I ate most recently. We took these big mushrooms out, and there was a bunch of little broken pieces and crumbs and stuff, and I ate all that out of the bottom, and I put the big pieces back in. So this bag, I have not yet tried any out of this one. So maybe this one will give me more visuals. That's all I really want is some fucking visuals. I've had the trippiness going on all night. I want the goddamn visuals. This is what I'd broken off originally. That's what I was going to eat for the show. That was going to be my original starting point at 8 o'clock, was just this cap. And what that is the end of this one here. That's the stem. And then I just tore the cap off. Does that look phallic enough for you? This is my kind of show. So should I eat this? Should I eat the stem? Because that's a lot of stem too. That's a chunky little nugget there. We've got this entire mushroom. So definitely not eating that. That's a phallic fucking mushroom for you there. This is more fun than I thought. And then we got this piece right there, which I'm not sure what that is. That's what we'll eat. We'll eat this piece. That's not too big. But you know what? If I keep eating these little fucking pussy ass bites, I'm never gonna get crazy visuals. Go bold or go home, right? So let's eat the piece I'd originally tore off. We'll have that. That's a big cap. So that doesn't give me some visuals in about an hour from now, then I don't know what fucking will. God, I'm shiny. Look how sweaty I look. Oh, it's so chewy. Oh, it's so gross. Hang on. We don't need to do this. Nothing requires you to chew the mushroom up. You can just swallow it. All right. 10 after 11. Mark. It's on. Can't uneat it now. Well, like I said, I guess I could, but we're not going to. So all I want is to see some fucking crazy rainbow colors and some shit moving around and a few yellow fucking pixies and maybe a dragon or two. Is that too much to ask from a damn mushroom cap trip? I guess I would have to eat a lot if I really wanted to get the kind of visuals I'm talking about. The time I got the visuals that I keep talking about, that amazing trip I had, admittedly, I did eat quarter ounce, almost a quarter ounce. Here I'm eating like a cap. I mean, that piece I just ate, the piece you just saw me eat, probably did not weigh a half a gram, maybe a little more than half a gram, possibly. So these are the mushrooms I'm saving for the day Steve and I can go out together. These are fucking crazy looking. I've never seen mushrooms that look this amazing and beautiful before. I mean, these look like they were just like hand picked, lovingly placed in a bag. So we got two of them that just look, oh my God, just one of these would probably make you trip balls. So I think when Steve and I go out, I'll give him one and I'll eat the other. And then maybe we can divide that chunk up there. And we'll split this bag and that'll be our day out. So that's definitely getting saved for me and Steve. So you already saw the other stuff that I had. We finished off the one bag, so he was super generous. He gave me so many fucking mushrooms. I was hoping he was gonna like split an eighth with me or something. He wound up giving me like 4 fucking bags of mushrooms. So all right, everybody. Like I said, we just fired off the starting gun once again. Here we go. Yeehaw! All right, let me run upstairs and grab a protein drink because my tummy is rumbly. Oh, I could probably eat some crackers. Oh, I could fucking destroy some crackers. All right. Oh, look at this torn up chicken in here. All right, let's get rid of that. Move that chicken out of the way. All right, do I want a protein bar, a granola bar, or some peanut butter crackers? I think we're going to fuck up some peanut butter crackers. All right, everybody. This is my healthy health food dinner. 1 protein shake. 1 toast cheese peanut butter crackers. It's going to be the mushroom phase of my life where I go on a journey. 2 years from now, you're going to be watching my live stream. I got long hair halfway down my back. I'll be wearing crystals, a lot of turquoise. I feel bad. I feel like I should feed the fish again. I feel like we're starting the live stream over. So let's go ahead and pretend it's 8 o'clock instead of 11 o'clock. Toast cheese. It's hard to talk with crackers in your mouth because crumbs go flying everywhere. There you go, everybody. There's a little bit of food for you. Holy crap, my mouth is dry. Oh, I was supposed to cast a spell. What spell? I don't know any spells. But that was the whole point, though. Spells are bullshit, and I could just cast one. Let me try to think of one. You'd think I'd be in a creative state of mind right now, but I'm not. I'm just hungry. I can't think of a spell at the moment. I am enjoying the shit out of these crackers, though.
Cheers. I must learn taro. Hey, Willem. Drop a cap for the discus. I'm not exactly sure what you mean there. If you explain it to me, I will. Look, I don't even know how to play chess. I'm definitely not going to learn tarot. Or croquet. Although I do actually know how to play croquet. All right, I'm going to keep working on my crackers here. I'm not kidding, everybody. This is my actual dinner. I did not realize how hungry I was until just now. So if you're just joining us, I am already tripping. And I did just eat another cap of mushrooms. So we're going to ride the wave. We're going to give another hour or so and see where I am. But we're definitely going to be tripping harder than I already am at the moment. Because, God damn it, all I want is some really fucking trippy visuals or something. Or at least a big, ridiculous fit of laughter that I can't stop or something. I mean, I laugh like the way I've been laughing tonight on a fairly regular basis. If you spend any time hanging out with me, I laugh a lot. I'm either really grim because the world's a horrible, terrible, frightening place, or I laugh a lot because that's how I cope with the horrible, terrible place that the world is. So yeah, I don't feel like I've had any actual like fits of laughter that I would chalk up to like a trip. I do have the legs for these shirts though. I'm looking at myself in the mirror. Oh, a shroom cap. Duh. I'm such a fucking dumbass. You said drop a cap. Whatever reason, my brain immediately went to like, pop a cap or like shooting one of my fish. I was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We're talking about a fucking mushroom cap. Yeah. All right. Good man. I already popped a cap for my discus. Oh, God. I actually tried to find out. Hang on. Don't want to talk at you with my mouth full. I actually tried to find out today if eating mushrooms on an empty stomach would be more effective, or should I take them with food to help absorb it faster, or like what? I never did find out the answer. I don't really know whether I should or shouldn't. I have eaten them on an empty stomach all day, but tonight we're eating the last cap I just ate. In fact, I don't know. Do I want to eat more than that one little fucking cap? I feel like I've been taking these little pussy doses over and over. We're gonna do this. Let's do this like a man. Like a foolish man. All right, which one? This isn't the one I want to eat. I want to go into the bag that I just went into. All right. So that's the bag we just ate a piece out of. Let's eat another piece out of this one. All right. Remember that little piece I showed you before? That's part of a cap and part of some stem. That's actually a whole entire mushroom there. There's the cap right there. And then that's all stem material. But the stem is potent too. You get a lot of good stuff in the stem. For years, I used to throw the stems away because I thought they were stems like weed stems. And I found out they're not. And so I don't know how many fucking stems I just threw away over the years without eating them. So there you go, everybody. You wash that down with my protein drink. All right, everybody. That doesn't give me some visuals. God damn it.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. All I want to see is a few dragons, a couple of walls breathing, maybe some shit changing color, a few little yellow pixies. The usual. I should get all of that for 1 gram of mushroom. All right. Put that down. Bring in my... Oh, Jesus Christ, I need a new shoulder. I need a shoulderectomy. All right, hang on. Oh, gross. I just dug a piece of mushroom out of my teeth and chewed on it, not realizing what I was doing. Look at that, everybody. My tablet's plugged in now, so I can charge it back up because it was almost dead. All right, am I ready to sit back down yet? I don't think so. Let's see. Zini's back up to number 1. Nice. I'm just digging mushrooms out of my damn bad teeth. I have to go get some dental floss. Nice. Metallica show. I don't know if I'd want to be tripping in the Metallica show. Oh, are you still here? It sounds like you're still here. It looks like he's still here. What do you guys think? You think he's still here? I'm going with him still being here. All right. Is there anything else we want to do? Are we ready for something else? Are we ready for something interesting? Oh, I kind of have to go to the bathroom again. I might have some alone time. Oh, meow. Do you want to go outside? Let me go upstairs and let him out. Come on. Come on. I'm not chasing you this time. I'm just going to let you out. Hang on. Calm down. He's so used to me chasing him. Go on. All right. Ooh, coffee. It's not hot anymore, but damn, it's good. All right. Let me put you guys on mute for a minute, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. All right, so let us. What are we gonna do? Look, remember I talked about how much fucking cat hair was in here from? Look at that. I got like cat hair piled in my damn ashtray. You know how much that would stink if I just started putting something in there without noticing all that cat hair? Goddamn cat. He's outside now, by the way, so we're not gonna be having Squeaker join us any longer tonight. I don't know why I blew that into the pond, but I did. Found cat hair in the pond now, everybody. All right, let me. Oh, I got one last little piece of Poochie love that I've been saving for something special. And you guys are it. And we're actually going to do a bone hit. once I clean out my bone hitter. So that's it, everybody. That's my last piece of Poochie love. Don't know what the fuck that is, but I got something on my finger. Oh, it's from picking up my bowl. It's fucking res is what it is. At least I think that's what it is. We'll call it res. We won't think too hard about what that was. I'm not sure what that was. What I really want to do is go outside right now. That would be awesome. It's dark. And there's a lot of bugs and noise and frogs and all kinds of shit to listen to out there. But I can't do the live stream out in the yard, which kind of sucks. I'd love to be able to pack up and go out in the backyard for the evening. We'd get utterly destroyed by mosquitoes. But it might be worth it. Alas, we can't do it though, so it doesn't matter whether it was worth it or not. All right, are we caught up on what the fuck am I looking at now? I forgot I looked over to when Bob had sent me the picture on Discord. It was a screenshot of YouTube, and so when I'm looking at it, I thought I was looking at YouTube, but it was all the background stuff was Discord stuff, and it really threw my brain for a loop there. I was looking at YouTube and Discord at the same time. All right, now I'm back. Feed a goldfish a mushroom. I don't know if I'd want to go to a Metallica show, mushrooms or not. Oh God, I'm nowhere close to having like too many shrooms. I like tripping alone. I really do. Again, it's nothing personal, no offense, but I really fucking like tripping alone. I just have a good time. Although, admittedly, tonight I was bored, and that's why I wanted to do a live stream. I was kind of tired of tripping alone because I wanted to talk to people and I wanted to like interact with people. But I really do enjoy tripping alone. This has been interesting. It's it's a little bit of both. I'm kind of alone, but I'm kind of not. It's that, audience at an arm's length kind of thing. So it's definitely been an interesting evening for me. And honestly, we're really still, I won't say we're just getting started. We've been doing this for 3.5 hours, and I've definitely been tripping the whole time. But I did just eat a fairly significant, I ate the largest single quantity I've eaten so far out of the 4 batches of mushrooms I've eaten today. So again, I'm almost tempted to eat a little more just because if I really want to see some fucking visuals, god damn it. But I also know how it goes. You can't make it happen. I can't just keep eating them until I see the visuals I want. That's down that road madness lies. Down that road is a bad trip, The last time I had a bad trip, it was because of that very reason. I'd had an amazing trip the week before. I keep talking about that trip where the rainbows are falling out of the air and everything. That was on the weekend before. And then the next weekend, I was just determined that was an amazing, we're doing that again. And I ate a bunch of mushrooms that day, and it's a shitty day, and I wasn't, in the right mood. I was with different people, and I just tried to have that day so hard, and I just didn't. And like an hour later, I'm not kidding, I was curled up on a ball on the couch. I had the comforter pulled over my head. I was in the fetal position. I was fucking terrified. I spent like 45 minutes curled up and in the fetal position with a blanket over my head on the couch. It passed and I got over it and everything. But that wasn't a good time. I didn't have a fun trip that day. So there, I don't know, like fear is not something I enjoy. It's and the fear of a roller coaster or the excitement of a haunted house kind of thing. Somebody jumps out, jump scares at you or whatever. And like that safe level of fear, that's something different than genuine terror of thinking you're going to die kind of thing. Like, that's not fun. And when you're tripping, like, that's what it is. It's when you're having that bad trip and you're terrified like that, it's real terror. You're fucking, you're terrified. You're not terrified of anything, but you're feeling that just fucking terror. I went through 45 minutes of that, curled, like, again, just fetal position, blanket over my head. That's the worst trip I've ever had, and it was on mushrooms. So that's what you get trying to force a trip into being something it's not. So I'm really hoping I get some good visuals tonight. But so far, I'm not seeing anything as far as visuals. I'm not getting movement on the walls or anything. Maybe if I stop, yammering on so much and just zone out for a little bit or something, I will. No, going outside, night tripping is way different than day tripping. If you want visuals, you got to go out in the daytime when it's a bright, sunny day. I fucking love day tripping. I used to like night tripping when I was younger, and then I did the day tripping, and day tripping is just so much better than night tripping. Night tripping's cool, and I like it. But it's like spring or fall. I like them both. They have, they each have their qualities that appeal to me. But if I had to pick one, spring is where it's at. It's fucking amazing. I love springtime versus the autumn. If I had to pick day tripping over night tripping, it's day tripping every time. And it's largely to do with I like the visual aspect of day tripping. You just don't get that at night. At night, the darkness allows your mind to do more, and you can create stuff in the shadows. Remember, Terry Pratchett once talked about how anything can be in the shadows. Darkness is just darkness, and there's just nothing there. But shadows can be anything. When you're tripping, that's especially true. You go outside at night and you get the shadow play, or the different, like on a moonlit night, or street lights if you're in the city or whatever. But it's still different. You just don't get those same kind of visuals. It goes more up into your head and your imagination because of the lack of visual stimulation. What you really get at night is the auditory stimulation. You get all the night sounds, and you can hear the breeze and the trees moving around, and the different textures of the rustles of the plants that you can't see. You can hear some grasses rustling over there. You can't see them, but you can hear it in the darkness, and you can hear the different weird insects over there, and you start painting this three-dimensional picture. You're not using your eyes anymore. You're painting this picture of your surroundings based on what you're hearing. It's this three-dimensional sort of auditory world that you create around yourself when you're night tripping. It's just a completely different fucking experience than a day trip. So the more I keep talking about it, the more I really want to go out in the yard. I wonder how far I could take the camera away from the laptop and it would still be broadcasting to the laptop. I guess we could try it. If the signal cuts out, I could always start over. Not like I never started a fucking live stream over before. You guys want to try that? You want to quietly? My wife's in bed, so we have to sort of sneak out of the house quietly, but we go outside maybe, and if the camera's still holding up, if you guys can still see. Actually, I'll take the camera out and I'll set it on the porch, and I'll come back down here and I'll check the monitor and see if it's still broadcasting and see if you can still see it. That'll be something we can try to do. And if nothing else, I can just leave the camera right by the back door, and then you can just sort of see me in the yard. You get to see my sexy legs. I've been eating that many mushrooms, Shirley. All right, let me see where I was. Hang on. I know I still got some. Hey, gamer, how are you doing this evening? Whatever happened to my rainbow? Primal Fear. Yeah, Primal Fear. Absolutely. Professor X looking into your mind. Hang on, I gotta scratch the shit out of the top of my head here apparently for a minute. Yeah, it's definitely called a trip for a reason. I'm 100% with you on that. You take a journey, you come back a different person. If I went to the south of France for a week and came back, I'd be a changed person. This is no different. Every time you trip, when the trip's over, now obviously to some small extent, every experience you have changes you as an individual. I can say at the end of every live stream, oh, I'm a different person than I was when I began the live stream. Let's not get, existential. But tripping's a little different. Tripping does sort of rewire how your brain thinks. It rewires how you process things. And there's a reason they use it in therapy, and they use it through guided therapy. They don't say, hey, just go eat a lot of mushrooms. And, you talk to a therapist, and like they talk you through things while you got the psychedelics in your brain. And that allows your brain to sort of undo. The theory is that, PTSD and trauma and stuff like that is almost like these hardwired patterns into your brain. And when you take the psychedelics, it allows your brain to like process the information differently. So if you're on psychedelics and you're being guided through a visualization or something like that by a therapist or whatever, it allows you to process that trauma or whatever differently than that constant repetitive way that it's just always been going through your brain, and it's so traumatic. You're not processing it, you're just reliving it. And so by putting the psychedelics in there, it sort of opens that up so that you process it differently, and you can actually process it now rather than just relive it. And you can deal with it and go through your emotions and stuff like that, and you can get over it and get behind it, or get it behind you, and then you can move on with your life. And it breaks that pattern of PTSD. And so there really is truth behind the idea that when you take a trip, my proverbial trip on acid or whatever, you do come back a very different person. It's not just like, oh, I had, went out kayaking today and I saw a goose, so I now see the world differently because I've had new experiences. Fundamentally, that's not a new experience for me. I go out and I do that kind of stuff all the time, or I do my live streams from week to week. It's not really fundamentally changing how my brain processes information. Acid does, psilocybin does change the way you process information. So it's definitely a trip. It's definitely a journey. All right, let's get caught up on these comments and then have our little venture outside if we can. We'll do another dab before I go out, though. It's going to take us 45 minutes to get out there. I'll be carrying 6 things in my arms. I have my beach umbrella, my towel. Yeah, the trails and the shit moving. I see trails all the time. The first time I ever did acid, I'd always heard about trails and I wanted to see them. And I kept thinking, like, what's going on with all this stuff? And then all of a sudden, holy shit, I saw them. And like, I've never not seen them since. I see them more intensely when I'm tripping. But I see trails all the time. I swear to Christ, right now I'm seeing trails that are no more intense than I would fucking see on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm not getting visuals on the mushrooms that I've been eating tonight. And again, I haven't eaten a lot of them, and I've been sparsing it out every several hours. I'm hoping that last batch I ate was a different batch of mushrooms, so it's a different kind of mushroom. So maybe it'll have a different impact on me. I don't know. And I ate a little larger amount this time than I've eaten in the past few times, but it still was a pretty small amount. Again, it was less than a gram. So I'm not expecting too much, but I've been having fun, and that's the important part. And so hopefully I'll get my I feel like I'm kind of winding down. I want to get back up a little bit. Might as well stay up all night, right? All right, the Velociraptor was after me. I fuck them Velociraptors. I'll kick their asses. Have you seen my sexy ass legs in these shorts, Shirley? I'll show them Velociraptors what to do with their legs. All right. We are entering uncharted territories here. What if we ventured outside? Yes, we are venturing outside. Anita has been occupied with teenage stuff. Well, that's good. She's a teenager. She should be occupied with teenage stuff. She shouldn't be worried about some old man like me tripping on fucking mushrooms. Let her have fun and do her teenage stuff. Quit playing my... I can't read that. Quit playing my Wiggin? I don't even know what that means. All right. We still need to leave this plugged in because my tablet is only at 21% now. I'm going to finally do a damn dab off of this thing because I've been holding it in my hand for a fucking hour now. No, I see what you're saying. No, I'm not saying I'm not tripping. I'm definitely tripping. I'm not getting visuals is all I'm saying. That's all I want to see is I want to see the stuff. I want to see the crazy trails and I want to see the fucking colors and the walls changing and all that, the walls breathing, and I'm not. I'm definitely tripping. I ain't trying to pretend I'm not tripping. All right, I got to try to be quiet while we sneak through the house. Plus, I don't want you to see my filthy, dirty kitchen, but I don't care, whatever. You guys have seen dirty kitchens before. You see my basement. My kitchen ain't going to be anything scary. All right, let me go stick the camera outside and then come back down here and see if you can actually still see anything. All right. I guess I could turn it around this way. All right. All right, I guess we're back by now. We're close enough. So there we are. We're back. Well, we tried. It did not work. I don't know how far we got before it lost signal, but when I came back down here and check, it was just completely black, and it wasn't like the low light, being outside, you couldn't see much. It was black. There was no fucking screen. So I'm assuming that we lost connection or whatever. But we're back now and it's transmitting. So it was cool for a moment. It was a good idea. We tried anyway. Yeah, I figured out what you were saying there. Willem. Is it Willem or William? I guess the Y would make it William. Gotcha. Tiny murder chickens. Chickens are delicious. I got the stupid light behind my head again. See what I mean? Now I'm blind. I've seen biohazard level living conditions too, believe me. Bob is confused. What is Bob finishing? Finish it, Bob. Oh, I got you. I've come to talk with you again. I think that's what you were looking for. You think we're finally getting somewhere with the mushrooms? I'm not nuzzling the light fixture. I was just pointing out how it's right in my face, and I get my head knocked into it every week. But we might be getting there. We might be making some progress. All right. Do I want anything while I'm in here? I don't think so. But yeah, I kind of do. I'm going to take this. Because you know what this is? This is my Super Silver Haze. All right, I'm starting to get confused about whether I'm standing here or sitting over there where I got all my shit sitting, so that's a good sign. Pretty soon I'm going to have stuff scattered everywhere. Remember, the sign of a good trip is how much shit you have to clean up the next day, and how scattered around the place it is. All right, let's see if we... let's knock that shit out of there before we... Let me move this, too. And you know I'm going to sit down in 3 minutes, and I'm going to have to get that back down again. Let's summon Satan. Satan or Satan? We can talk about Satan, but I don't think we're going to talk about Satan. That would make for a fun live stream. That was definitely done. Still haven't cast a damn spell. And I promised Zini I would cast a spell tonight before the live stream is over. So stick around, everybody. You never know when I'm going to think of a spell to cast upon you. All right. Where are you going? There you are. That's what that's supposed to look like. The little sus triangle thingy. Oh, I know what you're talking about. What is the name of that thing? It actually has a name. You're talking about the little thing on the Ouija board that you move around. That actually has a name. It's going to drive me crazy, so I'm going to look it up. Maybe. It's a planchette. Is that what you're talking about, Zini? The little thing that will summon the demons. That is a planchette. Oh, I just had a little weird shiver go through my shoulders. That's a good sign. I don't know what that means, but I've never had that happen before, so that's interesting. Sounds like a gardening tool. It does sound like a gardening tool. Oh, maybe it was the demons. I didn't even think about that. You know, the time... Hold on, let me get my monitor back here. I'm still looking at planchettes from a Ouija board. The time I had my bad trip where I talked about being curled up, I keep expecting to fucking whack that stupid light in my head, but I put it away. You know what? Let's move over here, and that way I won't feel like it's getting ready to hit me. The time I had that really bad trip and was curled up in the fetal position with the blanket over my head, the reason was I thought I had a demon in my guts or like in my stomach or something. And I don't believe in demons or anything like that. But at that time, I had a fucking demon in me and I needed to get it out. And it wasn't a matter of like, I need to poop. Or I need to throw up or something like that. It was like a being, a spiritual being, a demon was in me, and it was in my guts somehow. And of course it probably was just gas pains, or I'd eaten too much mushrooms and my stomach was cramping and stuff like that. But the way my brain was interpreting those pains in my stomach was that I had a fucking demon in me, and again, I was fucking terrified. So maybe we shouldn't be playing with them little planchettes because you never know. Well, tempt fate, right? This is Ozo is the demon. No, it's you're thinking of Pazuzu. Pazuzu was the name of the demon in Linda Blair's head spinning around. The Exorcist. Pazuzu was the demon that possessed her in The Exorcist. Good times. I don't like this camera angle. I want you guys back over here where you can look at my face instead of the side of my damn head. That's why we moved you over here in the first place. I'm just so used to this stupid light that's not there at the moment hitting me in the side of the head. Now I don't think I'm going to be giving birth to the Antichrist anytime soon. I can't guarantee I'm not, but I don't think I'm going to. I don't feel like I'm going to. Pointing at my back, talking like I'm facing him. I don't know how well you'll be able to see if I'm pointing away from you, but we could try doing something like that. I can use a Sharpie and draw a face on the back of my head. Just knocked you guys on the ground. Hang on. We got to repair that. Hang on. And we're back. So no, I definitely wasn't saying talking about Jimmy Page. The phone was attacked by me. I threw it on the floor with my elbow. Unfortunately, I did not get to see what that looked like. Was that fun? Was that amusing? Are you not entertained? I'll have to go back and look and see what I looked like. I wonder if I can just scroll back like this and look. Yeah, look at that, I can. Oh, we're going outside. We're coming back down the steps now. I wonder how much of that we could actually see when we went outside. I have to zoom ahead. I'm scrolling back. Hang on, everybody. Oh, you know what? You can see outside. I thought it was just blackness, but you can actually see what's going on out there. It's flickering, and you're really getting... Oh, yeah, that's really breaking up bad, so I don't think we'd have been able to do it. Oh, well. Oh, well, I don't know. It kind of looks like we're out there, doesn't it? Interesting. All right, I just want to see myself with my glasses on the back of my head. All right, I'm getting there, everybody. Hang on. Oh, I'm still got a ways to go. Holy crap. Let me keep scrolling here. This is totally not going to be one. There we go. All right. A little bunny foo-foo. Do I have a mirror? No, I do not. I didn't realize it was going to be this challenging to finally get to the point in the live stream where I'm doing it. Yeah. You know who I look like? I look like Professor Honeydew from the Muppets. I look like Professor Honeydew from the Muppets. That's awesome. Yeah, it's a shame I don't have a mirror. I could have just, like the problem with that is I needed 2 mirrors. Oh, you want to play Bloody Mary? I thought you just wanted me to look at my damn head in the mirror with the glasses on instead of wasting all that time looking around for it. I got you. No, we don't have to play Bloody Mary. That's stupid. I have a better game. We can play Tim Miller. I know most of you, at least I hope most of you don't know who Tim Miller is. He's a podcaster guy that like every podcast you ever look on, he's on. And I have a theory that he's kind of like Schrodinger's cat in that if you don't have a guest for your podcast, if you just go into your green room and open the door, Tim Miller's probably in there, and then you can just get him onto your show for that day. And that's why he's on everybody's show all the time. My other theory is that all you have to do is look into a mirror in a dark room and say Tim Miller 3 times, and he'll appear behind you. So we could try doing that. We could try playing Tim Miller. No, you guys don't want Tim Miller to show up. Actually, he might be fun to party with. He's from New Orleans. He drinks a lot, and he eats his gummies. Gummies. I say again. All right, let me sit down here. It's almost midnight. When did I eat those other mushrooms? 20 after 11, quarter after 11, something like that. So we should definitely be feeling wave 4 now, I think. I know you're way up there. I'll get you in a minute. Hang on. I just got 94 things in my hands, and I need to put them all down before I can get to you. All right. Oh, Jesus, my poor shoulder. All right, everybody, here you come. Way on down. There you go. Turn this light off. I'm also going to turn the pond light off. It is midnight after all. The other fish probably don't know what the hell's going on with all this lightness. Oh, yawning again. Oh. I'm now turned into a princess. Well, isn't that a downgrade? Aren't I already a queen? Isn't that a downgrade me to a princess? Oh no, I know what you were saying, Eugene. Just me to just go take 5 minutes, so you guys could all go get a snack or something while I was outside. Just getting my head in a different place. But I thought it would be fun to take you guys out in the yard, and we could just hang out in the yard for a little while. It was an experiment, but it didn't work. I guess I could probably still go outside and have. I was gonna say I could take a smoke break or something. I don't fucking smoke. I haven't smoked in 13 years. Why am I? And I don't want a cigarette. Like the thought of an actual cigarette, like it would gag me right now. But God, I'm craving nicotine so bad. It's weird. I do have a tiara. Well, it's not really a tiara, but it's close. I call it my tiara. It's upstairs. I'm not gonna go get it. I don't have a dress. I do have a pair of chaps. No one's ever seen me in my chaps. Oh, that would be so awesome. Because the reason no one's ever seen me in my chaps is because I don't have the right kind of pants to wear under my chaps. I'm not going to do, buck wild style. But you can't wear khakis, which are when I wear long pants, they're khakis. And khakis don't look right with chaps on. You got to have jeans or black jeans or something like that to wear chaps properly. And so I've never shown you guys what I look like in chaps because I don't have the right kind of pants. These purple shorts, however, are definitely the right kind of pants to wear with suede chaps, which is what I have. I think if I showed you guys that would take me to the next level of fucking fabulous that you wouldn't even be able to imagine. I'd probably either gain mad respect or you'd never come back. So I'll leave that out there as a teaser. I'll let that float around. I think the couple of times I've even mentioned my chaps in the past, and I have chaps just for clarity's sake. I used to ride a motorcycle years ago, and they were my chaps. I wore them all the time. I wore them on a robot motorcycle. They're not like a fucking sex dungeon thing or something. But every time I bring up chaps or say I have a pair of chaps or whatever, people are like, I'm out. I'm out. I can't take any more. They think I got like a gimp suit upstairs or something. They are pretty fabulous chaps, though. They're suede because I've always liked suede over leather, and I've always done things my own way. I don't care if other people think they're not cool. I like my fucking suede chaps. No, I definitely got the snake skin. Yeah, I guess if there ever was a time for the fucking chaps, it would be tonight. No, I definitely gotta let some mushrooms kick in harder than this. I gotta be tripping more than this to do that. Sam already hemorrhaging people just even talking about it. I've lost 4 people in the last minute. Philistines. I have so damn many Philistines on this channel. Let's just start calling them Phils for short. Oh, man. I wish I knew Zini when I was Zini's age, but if I knew Zini when I was Zini's age, there'd be some serious time bending stuff going on because Zini wasn't born for a long time before I was his age or whatever I'm trying to say. You know, guys know what I'm saying. All right, man, we're getting so there's goddamn cat hairs on it. Fucking squeaker, bastard. We're getting so low on vaping stuff. You know what? I'm gonna go get my torch instead of fucking with this. We're gonna do it old school style with an actual hot piece of metal and a terrifyingly hot flame, like a man, just to reinforce my masculinity. All right. You know what I just realized? I'm not hungry anymore, so my protein shake and my crackers must have hit the spot because my tummy is not rumbly anymore. And I thought it was going to be worse after eating the mushrooms because I thought it would just make my stomach feel upset. So definitely made a good call there, putting some food on the belly. Still don't feel like I'm really tripping all that hard or getting much in the way of visuals of anything. And now I sit here for 30 minutes staring at the flame. Oh, that's good for night tripping. If you're night tripping and you got a fire or the coals of a fire, I think the staring into the coals of a fire is even more interesting than the flames themselves. This is that stuff that Steve gave me today. I don't even know what it is. It was just the last little bit of some stuff he had and told me I could have it. So I'll get another hit or two out of that before it's completely gone. It's pretty good though. It's store bought, so it's better than mine as far as the terpene profile and all the flavors and everything. Mine always comes out tasting just kind of the same, even if it's different strains. It all sort of just tastes the same to me after a while. Isn't that just life, though? All right, let's see where we are on the comments. This one here. I can actually see its mouth doing the mouth thingy. Let's see how close we can get the camera to it. All right. I don't know how well this camera does at close-ups. Look at him go. Talk about cleaning the tank glass very, very slowly. That is so fucking cool looking, though. It looks like he's got 2 little teeth scraping. In the camera, on the monitor, it looks like one little Teeth scraping, but I'm sitting here looking. It looks like he's got it's like 2 little teeth scraping like that. That's pretty cool. All right. Night of experiments. Yeah, there's an actual snail right over my shoulder. It's not sneaking up on me. He's just busy munching away, doing his own thing. All right. I feel like this won't be a complete live stream until I've shown Zini my chaps now. What are you saying, Eugene? When you were like 10 or 11, you thought they liked, they were saying hello, hello, hello. I don't know. I'm not following you. It's probably something simple that I'm just not clicking for me, like the mushroom cap thing earlier. But that's all right. Yeah, he's a pretty significant sized snail when you look at him compared to my finger. All right, should I take a poll, see how many people want to see me in my chaps? I honestly don't even know. I bet I can still fit into them. When I bought them, I think I was 18. Was I 18 or was I younger than that even? I think I was 18 when I bought them. If I wasn't 18, I was 17. So put it that way. The oldest I was when I bought them was 18. I think I was 18 when I bought them. Oh, the mouth on the snail looks like it's mouthing hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I can see it. Digging my ear here for a minute. Tweak the old brain for a moment. All right, I think we are back up to 37% battery, so we can take this extra big heavy weight here off the back. For now, if it runs low, I can always put it back on. These little battery banks are awesome. If you don't have one already, you should get one if you use a lot of electronic stuff like I do, cameras and whatnot. They hold a hell of a lot of charge for their size, and you can use them to recharge stuff for a surprising amount of time. All right, gonna do another dab. Gonna get those visuals to kick in at some point. God damn it! It's gonna be like 4 in the morning. I'm gonna be laying on the floor staring at the ceiling. God damn it! Why won't the ceiling just move? I wonder if my wife has her earplugs in tonight. I'm guessing probably she does. Of course she does. She's no dummy. See, that's my stuff again. And I coughed. Damn. How much does it take for Steve to trip? Oh, is the audio lagging? That sucks. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to do about it. Steve told me that when he trips, when he does mushrooms, he thinks about it in the sense that a half an eighth is a trip. That's a normal dose. If he wanted to do a light dose, he would do less than that. If he wanted to really trip hard, he might do as much as a full eighth. But that would be like tripping balls to him would be a full eighth. That would be like a, tripping hard. My thought has always been like a good solid trip is an eighth. And if I want to trip balls, I'll go up to closer to a quarter. But now I'm thinking that's a bit excessive. Yeah, for the little bits I'm eating tonight, again, I'm doing this very gently. I'm just getting my toes wet. One of the things I always recommend to people when I'm suggesting, a beginner is tripping or whatever, I always talk about being in an emotionally safe place and that sort of thing. Well, being on a live stream publicly is not necessarily an emotionally safe place. You can get really weirded out and you can do strange, awkward shit. And for most of my life, whenever I tripped, when I was younger, like in my high school days, when I lived with my parents and everything, the best I could do was like trip in school and stuff like that. So I was still around people, but they were people that didn't know me so well and I didn't have to interact with so closely, as it, compared to being home with my family. Like they're going to notice if I'm tripping or something's unusual or whatever. So my best option out of those two was to do it in school. Once I got older and had my own place and was an adult living on my own, I could then just, back then you just turned, took the phone off the hook or whatever you did back in the day. I just didn't answer the phone if it rang, locked the front door, pulled the shades down, and I was in the safety of my own home and nobody was going to bother me and I didn't have to fucking answer the door. And I was able to just trip and I could take the glass apart and I could take the fucking windows down and, crawl around on the floor and look at the dust and all the weird shit you do when you're tripping. I don't want to just do that and like, hey, look at me. I'm just going to make a spectacle of myself, tripping balls. So the idea that I'm just going to eat an eighth of mushrooms and go live is ridiculous. I had my fucking clothes off in 15 minutes probably. I don't like wearing clothes to begin with. And when I'm tripping, I really don't like having clothes and shit on me. So if I'm home, I ain't going to have clothes on. And if I'm tripping hard, the fucking camera's not going to matter. It might be a spectacle, but I don't necessarily want to make a spectacle of myself like that, at least not for free. So I've been going very gently tonight. Again, this is the first time I've done mushrooms in 20 years, of thereabouts, 18, 19 years, something like that. And so I don't, I'm not going to be tripping balls at any point tonight. And so I think by now that last piece I ate, it's been about an hour now. I'm definitely tripping. I'm still tripping, but I'm just not really like having a hard trip or anything like that. So we'll see. I got plenty more mushrooms. Maybe if this, so far I'm having a lot of fun. I think we'll get some positive feedback from it. I don't care too much about the metrics and all that kind of stuff and the average duration and watch time and stuff like that. I'm going to go more by, what my regular viewers say. They thought it was fun or, whatever. That's the kind of stuff that I'm going to hold more important. If other people enjoyed it and had a good time, maybe I'll trip a little harder next time. Maybe instead of doing these little bits every 2 hours, maybe we'll start with a larger amount, like right at 8 o'clock instead of fucking midnight, decide and eat more, at 11:30 or whenever the fuck I ate them. No, I'm definitely not eating all that mushroom. Believe me. All right. 7 more. Clothes are optional. That is true, but not as far as YouTube is concerned. I don't, whether you guys leave, because I've had people like leave my house because they'd be over, they'd come over and want to hang out, and I'd be tripping. I'm like, hey, that's fine, but I ain't wearing clothes. And they're like, all right, well, check you later, dude. See ya. See ya. Like, we're all on the same page. You can hang out if you want. You don't have to. I don't care. So that's not the issue. I just couldn't do it on YouTube. I mean, if you guys all want to sign up for my OnlyFans page and you want to do a live OnlyFans, I'll come down here and do a naked trip if you want. But you all got to sign up for my OnlyFans page to do that, and then you're going to see shit that won't ever be able to unsee. And I don't recommend doing that unless that's the sort of thing you're into. But you won't be able to unsee it if you do that. So we're probably not going to do the naked trip. That seems way too complicated. Let's say I'm already shedding viewers just talking about it. So I don't know. What Zini always asks me why I send him pictures of my feet and stuff like that, and then he always makes me talk about this kind of stuff. So why do you think I send him pictures of my feet? Yeah, we could do some experiments and figure out which one is the trippiest. Look, I'm wearing clothes because I have to be. Believe me, I'm not wearing much, and I don't want to be wearing any, but I have to be. Nice. I would argue that watching my live streams naked is the best way to watch them. It's truly in the spirit of my own heart. In fact, I was having a conversation with Zini before I went live, like 16 hours ago or whenever we started this fiasco, whether or not I should put clothes on. And then I was going to go on Shirley's live stream and do a poll to ask whether or not I should put clothes on before my live stream tonight. But I just decided not to because that wouldn't have been funny. I mean, it kind of would have been funny, but I love Shirley and I didn't want to just fucking just throw a monkey wrench right in the middle of her live stream because I really think that would have derailed the shit out of the whole vibe, and the whole conversation would have just been like, what the fuck? Which was the whole point. That's what would have made it so hilarious. But like I said, I wasn't going to do that to poor Shirley. Oh, but goddamn, that would have been so funny. That's true. I did send Zini some shower pics tonight too. Poor Zini. First, I thought he was a girl. I don't know if who is going to traumatize him more, me or himself. Probably me. We are all pink on the inside. Oh, I can tell you what soap I use if you want to know, because I fucking love the soap I use, and it's been wonderful for me because I used to have really, really horrible fucking scaly condition on my scalp. It was terrible. And then I found coal tar soap, and it's amazing. And my skin is smooth, and my eczema's gone, and the itchy spot on my back don't itch anymore, and it's because of coal tar. Awesome. Yeah, but he always asks questions. They may be real questions, but they're questions that actually make me think for a moment and then give some actual content for an answer. And it started with shampoo, believe it or not. I've tried a bunch of different dandruff shampoos back in the day, the Head and Shoulders and all that shit, and they never really did much of anything for me. And then I was just as back when before I shaved my head, even with very short hair, you still got to wash it. And I used this dandruff shampoo that my wife had got, and like one use, I was just like, holy shit, what is this? And it was T-gel. Which is expensive, but when I read up on it, I found out like what is the ingredient in this shit. Turns out that it's coal tar, and if you do a little bit of research into coal tar, it's actually pretty interesting stuff. And it's considered a essential medicine by the United Nations. It like kills ringworm, and it treats eczema and dry skin and psoriasis. It just does all kinds of stuff. It's really super cheap. It's easy to access, et cetera, and that's why it's considered an essential medicine. So I was like, well, fuck, I'm just going to buy some coal tar soap and see what it does. And of course, I don't have to shampoo or anything. I just use the bar of soap, and I've never looked back. All I use is coal tar soap now. I buy it from Amazon. It's a company called Soapworks. It's not too expensive. It's a little more expensive than regular soap, but I used to have a big red spot on my arm that just always itched and was dry and scaly, like eczema or psoriasis or whatever. That's just gone. Look at that. It just looks like a beautiful tattoo now. And then again, the dandruff in the scalp and everything was just miserable, and it's just gone. I have smooth skin now. So if you do have issues with dry skin or itchy patches or dandruff or any of that, get some coal tar shampoo or coal tar soap or something like that. You'll thank me one day. I promise you. It's amazing stuff. It's a good question, Bob. You should try it if you've got eczema. Absolutely, you should try it. I don't know if it would cure bunions. Yeah, definitely. Like, I used to have a head full of hair before I started using it. Now, I will say that my wife stopped using it because my wife has like silver hair. It's like really pretty silver hair. It's not gray. It doesn't look like old lady hair. It's like a silvery white color. And she actually has people ask her. They think she dyes it. They think she spends a lot of money to get her hair to look like that. So she had that really pretty silvery white hair. And then using the coal tar, it actually was staining her hair. It was actually putting a little bit of brownness in with the silvery, and so it was turning it gray-ish. And so it suddenly looked like she had like gray hair that she was trying to dye brown, but it wasn't quite taking, and you could tell she was trying. It just made her hair look awful all of a sudden. She went from having this amazing looking silvery white hair to having this like weird grayish brown. Like, so she stopped using it in her hair, and she's back to silvery white beautiful hair again. She actually uses shampoo a lot of times, has like some blue or some purple or something, and it puts little weird highlights and stuff in her hair. Again, when you got silvery white hair, it's easy to throw some color in there when you want. But yeah, if you got any kind of skin condition, I would absolutely try using it. Athlete's foot. Again, ringworm. I always thought ringworm was a worm. It's not. Ringworm is a fungal infection, and it just spreads in a circle, and it makes it look like a ring. But it's like a fungal infection, very similar to athlete's foot. This coal tar cures all that stuff. It will kill any skin parasites if you've got lice or mites or ticks or anything like that. Again, this is all third world stuff. It's considered a essential medicine for impoverished nations because it's really cheap, it's really accessible, minimal risk. You're not gonna overdose or injure yourself on it. You get a lot of bang for your buck. It solves a lot of common third world problems of fungal infections and stuff like that. It's just amazing shit. It really is. It's a byproduct of the tar industry, the oil industry. It's like in the same way Vaseline, the petroleum jelly is from the pumping oil. The coal tar is the same way. It's something to do with the process of processing coal, and they get this black sludge that comes out of it. And for years, it's coal tar. But apparently people used to notice the people that worked with it always had really nice soft skin and all that kind of stuff. And so people just swore by it. And eventually they've done enough research into it that it does that. I remember reading about the way it does, like with like the dandruff or the eczema, it dissolves and removes like the dry scale and the dead skin, so it washes that off really easily and more effectively than regular soap does. And then it also has something to do with like slowing the growth of all the cells, which is where the eczema and that scale comes from. It's like hyper growth in the cells, and it slows that down and dissolves and removes all the scaly dry skin above it. So it takes care of both the cause and the effect of it's just amazing stuff. It really is. Again, I started using the soap years ago, and I've never looked back. I don't use anything but coal tar soap now. So once again, good question, Bob. Ultramagnetic, how are you doing? Oh, I don't. I only found out about the coal tar through the tea gel. As soon as I found out what it was, I just started buying coal tar soap because I don't need to buy like an expensive brand name shampoo if the soap, the main ingredient is coal tar, and in fact, the brand of soap I get has more coal tar in it than the shampoo did. So I'm actually getting a stronger dose of it by using the bar of soap. But it's a nasty look. It's like a black bar of soap. It looks gross. And when you lather up or foam it up, it makes like a brown foam. It's really kind of weird. But man, it'll fuck up your dandruff or your eczema or scaly dry skin or whatever. Really good shit, I'm telling you. Um, It actually does kind of have a unique. It's not a bad smell though. It doesn't smell like asphalt or anything that you might be thinking about. I don't know how to describe the smell really. It's not a bad smell though. It really isn't. But it is. It probably is a unique smell. It probably smells like coal tar soap. But I don't. It's not a bad smell. I'll just leave it at that. All right. See how easy it is to just throw a little ball down a rabbit hole and watch me go chase it down there. All right, I can't believe we still got 19 people watching. Although I say still got 19 people watching, is that's the original that we started with. Started with 23, and I still got 19. I'm doing great. All right, everybody. What ear soap do I use? Yes, I use that coal tar soap for everything. Well, I normally keep my lights on about 12 on, 12 off, as per tropical regions of the world. They get about 12 hours of sunlight a day and 12 hours of darkness every night. And so I shoot for that or thereabouts. Obviously, tonight we're doing something a little different. We're doing a little marathon run. So normally about 10, 11 o'clock, the lights will go out. Whatever, they'll get over it. So normally about 12 hours, I come in between 10 and 11 in the morning and turn them on. JNN, how are you this evening? And if you are just joining us, this is the Mushroom-orama tonight. I guess the last batch I ate is as kicked in as it's going to get. It's been over an hour now since I've eaten them, and I'm still not seeing all kinds of weird visuals or whatever. Give me a moment to focus here. Let me look at some stuff. Why don't you guys look at me looking at some stuff? I'm going to look really hard. Oh, man, I almost fell out of my chair. I hate this fucking three-legged chair. No, I'm not really getting a lot in the way of the visuals. I guess I'm seeing a little bit of stuff moving around to some degree. I'm digging my little dragonfly over there. I've been looking at him all night. Ugh, sit you guys down. Can you see my little dragonfly over there? I think that's my bum shoulder. I'm having a hard time pointing. That is my little dragonfly. I'll get up and walk around. That'll give me something to do. Stretch my legs for a minute. Oh, yeah, that's getting some. I like that. Look at it go. Oh, shit, I'm right underneath in the bedroom. I probably shouldn't be shouting. All right, that's a little more interesting. There's some movement at least. Look at all them fish swimming around. I'm still not even seeing like serious trails or anything. Let me try tossing something in front of my face because I saw some fucking insane trails one time doing that. It was so impressive that I remember what that actually looked like. So let me find something to throw. I got something in mind. I just don't want to. This will work. And we're going to point you this away. Oh, can you see me in the mirror down there? Well, you can't really see me in the mirror down there, but if you're lucky and you look really close in the mirror down here, you can see my legs and my shorts. All right, now we're going to take this little piece of plastic cap. We're going to throw it away from me down that way, and we're going to see whether or not I see insane trails off of it flying through the air. No, not really. Hang on, but I will let you watch me walk over there to get it. I'll even bend over for you. That's the kind of quality you get on this live stream. Anyway, the reason I did that, hang on, let me move you up here. I got you by my other light too. Look at that right there in your face this time. I remember one time that I was tripping. I had a cap from a tube of chapstick, and I was just sitting there kind of like didn't really feel like much was going on and like wondering when the trip was going to kick in. And kind of just out of frustration, I just tossed the cap away from me. Like, what the fuck? When is this going to kick in? And when I threw the cap, I watched it go through the air, and not only did it leave like this white streak all the way, like I saw the whole arc. Like by the time it landed, I still saw where it started, like in one fucking stretched out piece. I was like, oh my God. And then it just went like, whew, whew, whew. I saw like 5 times. It like kept repeating. I kept watching this thing go through the air like over and over again. So I was hoping I don't necessarily was going to see that kind of visual. That was on acid. But I was thinking possibly if I toss this white cap with the bright light shining on it and whatnot, I might get some kind of similar. See if you ooh, watch my shocked reaction as I throw it. So I don't know. Let's try this again. So no, not really. Again, I'm not kidding when I say when I saw trails for the first time when I was 13, doing LSD and saw the crazy trails and everything. I've seen trails ever since then. I always do. Not like in a crazy sort of way. It's not like when I'm driving down the road, the motion parallax, like the perception of motion, like the telephone poles going past me aren't leaving trails and stuff like that. But if I move my hand in front of my face, I see a trail behind it or whatever. It's not super intense, but it's always there. That's kind of what I'm seeing tonight. Even after eating mushrooms, I thought even just a little bit of mushrooms would just give me some nice visuals and stuff. And it's kind of bumming me out. Well, you can tell how bummed I look. Don't I look sad? Where did I put you guys? All right, where was I? There I was. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. Exposure to every fucking thing gives you a risk of cancer if you work with it on an industrial scale. I ain't worried about that shit. It makes my fucking horrible, scaly, itchy scalp better. All right, all that, and I got not a goddamn comment. All right. Come on, people, work with me here. I'm trying my best to entertain you. I'm even trying to entertain myself, at least in a at least in a YouTube acceptable way. What does that say? Chap, my chaps. See, that's once again, it's me entertaining you. I guess that's my job. I am here to entertain you guys. Well, if me walking over there and bending over and showing you my ass didn't scare all you guys away, then maybe my chaps won't either. Tonight might be your lucky night, Zini. I think it would be more interesting to see if I could still fit in them than anything else. I know I probably look fabulous in them. I just don't know if I still fit in them. all gone. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning, though. This is the longest live stream I've ever done. I'm getting the impression Zini wants to see me in my chaps. Oh, I could do that. I could try to raise some money. If I can raise $100 in super chats, I'll put my chaps on for you. How's that? I prefer moisturizer cologne. Nope. Don't have one of either one of those. That's your first flop question tonight, Bob. Yeah, you gotta come up with something for me to chat about. I don't know if YouTube is the right place to try to raise money to show you my chaps, though. I think you probably would all pay me not to wear them. All right, let's put this sad empty container down, and we'll pick this container up. This is Blue Dream, so this will be all right. I'm going to go through all my fucking stuff tonight. I'm going to sleep half the damn day tomorrow. JP Jeffries, welcome aboard if you're watching. I told you not to spend money on me, Zini, and you did anyway. So that's what I was about to say, but it's too late. I was going to say I'll try to raise $100, but I don't want Zini to donate any money because I know Zini don't have any money to donate. Maybe just for the super chat, I'll just show you the chaps. I'll just hold them up and let you see the potential of what they could look like on me. Yeah, it's some good shit, man. I'm telling you. I do not moisturize, and I haven't worn like scents or colognes or anything like that since I was a teenager trying to figure out whether that was a good idea or not. I don't wear jewelry. You'll notice I don't even wear a wedding ring. Well, that was different. Ah. That was some good stuff. Logan, how are you? It's interesting you say that, ultramagnetic. No, I don't have the catfish anymore. I got rid of that quite a while ago. I released it where I caught it, so I didn't kill it or anything. We got rid of it, but I got rid of that quite a while ago. Discus are actually bottom feeders. When you look at their shape, it just makes perfect sense. Just like angelfish, they just roll forward and they're right there to eat off the bottom. And when you look at them in their native environment, they're wafer thin, so they can get between the roots of the sticks and branches and all that kind of stuff through flooded forests and get underneath and between the leaves. And that's what they do. They forage off of the flooded forest floor in a lot of cases. So discus are absolutely bottom feeders. That's where they fit in the food chain. Now they can also, or not necessarily food chain, but ecosystem, or their niche, I should say. Um, they'll also eat from the water column. I've seen them eat stuff off the surface. But most of the time, the food goes to the bottom and they go right down to the bottom. And I think of discus as bottom feeders, which brings us to what Shirley was saying earlier in her live stream that, like, don't somebody had used the term bottom feeder in reference to a person, meaning they were like a scumbag or something. And Shirley had to point out, like, no, let's not be fucking too hard on bottom feeders. There's nothing wrong with that's that's your niche where you live and that's where you feed. That doesn't make you a bad person or fish. So yes, for as much as people think that discus are these fragile little snowflakey fish that can't tolerate anything, frankly, they're not. They're tough little bastards, and I've never had any problem with them. I don't even keep the tank at 80 degrees. It's at 79 degrees. I've never given them any special food. I've always just treated them like any other fish. I do water changes once a month or so. Um, nitrate regularly gets 100 parts, 80 parts per million, probably. I guess we could do a nitrate test on one of the tanks and see what's going on with that. I don't really feel like doing that, though. That suddenly sounds so boring, doing a nitrate test on one of my aquariums. I suddenly feel like going to sleep now. I do have a few of those little minnows. I've got a bad shoulder. I have some of them right here. Not many, but a few. And you can see these two little guys right here in the front. Those are Gambusia. It's a little teeny one chasing the larger one. The other ones, I don't know exactly what they are. I'm pretty sure they are satin fin shiners. And then, again, these two that are chasing each other down on the right-hand side of the tank, those are Gambusia, or mosquito fish. And then I got a few. I have 3 left in my 125 down there, but they're jumpers. And so even though I've got 3 left at the moment, it's probably only a matter of time before there's none left in that tank. I've had about 50 of them in that tank, and just day after day I come down. There used to be 2 or 3 on the floor every morning. Eventually there was less and less, and I was kind of hoping all the jumpy ones had gotten out of their system, permanently, obviously. But no, little by little, they keep dwindling down. In fact, I only see 2 right now, so I'm wondering if there's not a third one on the floor somewhere. Yeah, I only see 2 of them in there right now. Let me go have a look on the floor and see if we can find a dead fish over there somewhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the satin fin. All right, hang on. Let's go see. No, I don't see anybody over here. Let's go have a look behind the tank. Don't see anybody over here. It doesn't mean one didn't die in the tank and then get eaten by somebody or something. But yeah, I definitely only see 2 of them in there. Well, there was 3. Now it seems that there's only 2 because that is all I am seeing. And I need to, oh man, look at them sexy legs. I need to go get my back scratcher here for a second. Hang on. That itchy spot on my back I was talking about, god damn it. Ah, yeah, there it is right there. Must have heard me talking about it or something. What the fuck? Goddamn cold tar soap letting me down. Spent how long talking about how awesome that soap is, and now I got the damn itchy spot on my back itching on me. The heaters are doing well, as far as I know. And yeah, heaters are hit or miss. Even if you buy a really good quality one, it might last a few years before the coil goes out or something. I like digital heaters. They don't have the mechanical switch is what usually fails. So a digital heater is going to be a lot more reliable for you. But what I did with this tank here, now I have unplugged this heater because the discus lay eggs on it all the time, and as soon as it comes on and heats, it would kill the eggs. And so if I ever wanted a chance of them successfully breeding, I needed to stop cooking the eggs. And so I unplugged this heater. It's a 300 watt, just a standard glass aquarium heater. But at the other end of the tank, I have another 300 watt heater. I had a backup because when I first got these discus, I wanted to make sure, I had a fail safe, etc. So the other thing I did, and this is the important part, it is not uncommon, as you say, when a heater fails, it fails on and will give you fish soup the next day. So I spent a little bit of money and I bought a product called an Inkbird temperature controller. You can usually find them in like wine and beer making accessories. And so the way this works is there is a plug and everything gets plugged into that. That has a heater or a temperature probe that goes into the tank and monitors the tank temperature. And then I can set an upper and a lower parameter on it. And it's got other, there's got like warning alarms if the temperature's getting too low or too high and all that kind of stuff. And that has come in handy in the past. But the main thing is it has a fail-safe function on it, both on the upper end and the lower end. You can set a parameter. That's why it's a temperature controller. Again, if you're brewing beer or wine, you want to keep it between here and here. And so this I've got set at 75. It obviously can't turn anything off if the tank is just getting colder, but an alarm will go off in the tank if the temperature gets below 75 degrees. That unit up there will start beeping. And it's happened during water changes before. I ran too much cold water and suddenly, what the fuck's that noise? And it was my cold temperature alarm letting me know that the tank temperature was below 75. The other thing it does is, if you remember, I said it's got a plug that comes out of it and you plug the heaters into that. If it gets to the high temperature mark, which I have set at 85 degrees, well, I have it set at 86. At 85, an alarm will go off and let me know it's 85. If I don't do anything by 86 degrees, it de-energizes the plug. And so the heaters plugged into it are just turned off. It just de-energizes the plug when you hit your high temperature thing. So if my heaters do fail on and the tank temperature just keeps going up, it'll eventually just shut those heaters off and kill them. So I think it was $40 or something like that for it. And now I didn't pay a lot. Well, I didn't pay much of anything because they were given to me as a gift. But these were pretty cheap as far as discus go. If you were somebody that bought these at the store, I've seen discus smaller than mine for $300, $400 a piece. I don't know who would pay that or how much money people have. I sure the fuck wouldn't pay that. I don't have that much money in all the discus in the whole tank. But if you've got, or even $35 a piece, which is about what these discus cost when I bought them, and I got little tiny things. But $35 a piece, and I had 10 of them in here originally, so that was $350 worth of fish. A little $40 thing to keep, plus I got these and I got I got a lot of fish in here besides just the discus too. And so for this tank, I feel comfortable knowing that if anything does go completely pear-shaped, I got something up there that's either going to fucking let me know about it, or it's just going to stop the problem from happening altogether and just disconnect the whole system. So that's what I invested in. I'd recommend it. Those minnows grew pretty fast. I don't really pay much attention to time because time is an illusion. It's not even real. At lunchtime, doubly so. The minnows went from about like that big when I caught them. I mean, they were just little silvery specks. I couldn't even identify them when I caught them. I just knew they were little swimming fish, silvery things. And then, maybe they were like, by the time they were that big and had to get moved out of the tank, that 6 months, maybe 4 months, 5 months. I don't know. It wasn't that long. Shamu, the hell are you doing here? We're doing a marathon all-nighter mushroom trip. I was talking to Shamu earlier about being on mushrooms. TED Talk? What the fuck do you mean by TED Talk? Do I have to give a TED Talk? I'm not even sure what a TED Talk is. I've listened to a few, and I know TED stands for something, although a TED Talk is a certain type of talk. I just don't know exactly what it is or how to do it. Let Shamu vote on it. You want to see me wearing my chaps with my sexy purple shorts, Shamu? Well, you never know. A little small dose of mushrooms might actually help him out. If you'll notice tonight, even though I've been talking about weird topics and tripping and having a good time and whatnot, how many times tonight have you heard me get distracted and do like the squirrel thing where I'm halfway through a thought and I'm talking about something else, or I can't remember what I was talking about, or never circled back? Like, I'm not doing that tonight. I'm finishing my thoughts. I'm getting through one thought before I start talking about the next thing. I'm answering questions in depth, which I can do, admittedly, under normal circumstances. But I'm telling you, I've had a lot less issues with the fucking raging, swirling tornado of thoughts going through my head all day. I've altogether been having a very pleasant experience with my mushrooms this afternoon. Yeah, I'm not tripping hard. I'm definitely tripping. I'm just not tripping hard. God damn it. I knew what Shamu was going to say. Shamu has issues, and I'm not going to talk about them here. Exactly, Shamu. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to do it for the visuals, and I'm just not getting the damn visuals. I like to see something going on, and I'm just fucking not. It's driving me crazy. I wonder if I got some colored lights somewhere. Do I have colored lights anywhere I can turn on? I wonder if that would do anything. Zini has issues, but he has different issues than. Oh, nice, Bob. That's what I get is the soap works. I get the 12 pack. Now, when you get them, I'm going to talk about soap some more. This will be the soapiest live stream you guys have ever heard. Yeah, Shamu's definitely got different issues than you do. See, trust me. You don't want Shamu's issues, and you don't want yours. You guys keep your own issues. When you get your coal tar soapworks soap, it's going to come with possibly. Sometimes they'll put the label on the whole package, but a lot of times the barcode label will be stuck to the bar of soap. I don't know what kind of magic fucking glue they use, but there's some kind of glue out there that glues to soap. And you almost have to get a knife and scrape the glue off the soap. It's like getting the fucking label off a mayonnaise jar. But if you don't get the label off the soap, it won't melt and dissolve down in your hands properly, and you'll have all these weird lumpy hard spots where the label is still on there. So you got to get the label off of it. But you're gonna marvel at what the fuck kind of glue is this? What sticks to soap? And I mean, like, what sticks to it like this shit? I mean, it's one thing to take, you can take a piece of silicone and stick it on a piece of glass or whatever, but this shit is glued to that bar of soap, and getting it wet doesn't make it come off. It boggles the mind. Like, it's like getting something to stick to oil. Like, how do you get something to stick to fucking soap? But they do. They have some kind of magic glue that they glue those fucking labels on there. So you tell me if I'm wrong when you get your first bar of soap and you try to get that off of there. I'll just do the flashlight in my eyes until I see spots. You know what I used to do when I was a kid? I can't think of what the name of them is now. But have you ever like pushed your knuckles into your eyes for a few moments and all of a sudden you're seeing like the fireworks and the colors and all that shit? I used to do that in school when I was bored. I would just fucking do that so I could see all the fucking, and I would like just keep holding my knuckles there and just watch the fucking show like I was watching a fireworks display. There's a name for that visual display you get when you're putting pressure on your eyeballs like that. It's caused by the pressure is affecting your nerves, and so the optic nerve is sending signals to your brain, but it's not getting any real signals. It's just random noise. It's like the equivalent of if your brain was getting in between signals on the radio. It's just getting static and trying to figure out what that static noise is, and so your visual cortex is trying to make sense of all these random signals coming in that aren't real signals, and so it shows up in your consciousness or your perception as swirling colors and blotches and changing this and that and all the colors meshing together. It's pretty fucking neat looking. But it's just your brain trying to make sense of like a random jumble of fucking signals coming in caused by the pressure you put on your eyeballs. It has a name. I can't think of what it is now though. But yeah, I used to do that shit to myself when I was a kid just to see the show. one finger in my ear and one finger in my butt. Well, if I stick a finger in my butt, it's gonna have a mushroom on the end of it, and we'll do that. You know, I suppose if I did that, I could put my chaps on. All right, I feel like I have to put my chaps on now at this point for nobody else but Zini at least. Red spot algae? I've never even heard of red spot algae. I know green spot algae, you need a damn razor to scrape the shit off of there. It's really, really hard. If you rub the inside of the glass, you can feel it. It feels like little beads or something on the glass, and it does not come off easily. You need to scrape it with something. Bob wants to see my chaps too. All right, why not? I'll go get my chaps. It'll be something to do. All right, everybody, you gonna be ready for this? You wait here. Because they're right here at the top of the steps. They've been hanging here for 25 fucking years. They've been hanging here since I moved out of here. Oh, God. They got cat hair all over the bottom of them. I told you. I wasn't lying. I got suede chaps. And can you imagine these suede chaps and these sexy ass shorts? You're not going to have to imagine it for long because we're going to try to put these on and see if they still fit. So this is not going to be for the squeamish or the faint-hearted. Oh, man. So if you're not prepared to see me struggling into these things and putting on a pair of chaps, now's your time to stop watching. All right, let's get this light out of my way. Move you back here so you get the full spectacle. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. Nope, that's not the full spectacle. That's the full spectacle. No, not a pond dive. All right, so I need to get these around me. I used to know how to put these on without even thinking about it. Oh, God, this is all coming back to me. I used to sling these on like I was a fucking gunslinger or something. I thought I was so cool. I was 18. All right. So that's step one.
There you go, everybody. That is some sexy ass suede chaps. God damn, these things are heavy. Sexy is what they are. Are you happy there, Zini? I haven't worn these things in so long. This feels so weird. I don't think I've ever worn them without long pants on underneath of them either. I can feel the suede, the leather on my legs. Feels weird. All right, everybody, there you go. There's your show. Yeah, most people have to pay good money for that. God, I totally need to bust these out for my fucking OnlyFans. How can I not? How have I not? How have I not worn these on my damn OnlyFans? Holy shit. That is some money right there. All right, let's take these puppies off. I'll even let you guys watch me get undressed. Come on. There we go. There you go, everybody. There was my chaps. First time in 20 years I busted these things out. And now that they're out, they're not getting put away. Might make me some fucking money off of those things. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Felt like I owed you something after all this time. Been waiting for me to do something wacky for like 6 hours now, it feels like. So I guess that counts. I thought it was fun anyway. All right. You guys enjoy that? All right. I wish Zini paid me $50. Actually, I don't want Zini to pay me $50. Best live stream ever. Oh god. Shove the mushroom up there. I do care about your financial well-being. All right, Shamu. I know that's not why you're leaving. All right. That was fun. Maybe for tomorrow night's live stream, I'll just start the live stream wearing my chaps and just not, just not say anything about it. I tried to do that in these little purple shorts the other day, just as a joke, and nobody noticed. I did 3 very conspicuous, like in front of the camera for a few moments, just to like, and I was waiting to see like in the comments, of like, holy, what the fuck is he wearing or something. Again, just little shit that I find amusing. I do this stuff just to fuck with people and just see their reactions or whatever. And nothing. I got nothing. 3 times I went out there in these little tiny ass shorts and like nothing. So once I mentioned it and started talking about it, then people were like, "Oh, holy shit, you're right," But still, I thought that was funny. But the chaps, I think, would be pretty good. I think the chaps would be one of those things that people wouldn't really notice. They would just think I was wearing black pants. They wouldn't necessarily even notice like the purple. I'd have to wear something really contrasting in color, like white pants. Again, maybe the khakis would be a good idea. Put my khakis on and then put the chaps on, and then that light color with the black chaps like that might really stand out. I was like, oh, why is his crotch exposed? Like, what the fuck is that? Oh, holy shit, his whole ass is exposed. Oh, yeah, that would be good. I'd have to do it with the pants on, of course. We'll save the non-pants version for my OnlyFans. Oh, God.
I'm gaining people since I wore my chaps. Maybe I should put them back on. Yeah. Now I gotta blow my nose again. Hang on. This is the Dan Cast Broadcast podcast. I looked into the podcast feature on my YouTube channel, and it says that it's for uploading podcasts. I was kind of hoping it would be like a live stream, like when I hit the go live button and I can do a live stream. I thought maybe it was like a podcast button, like I could hit go podcast and I would suddenly be doing a podcast. Like Zany said, a big ass table was going to magically appear in front of me. And then, of course, I'd have to get the expensive microphone because it ain't a proper live podcast without the table and the microphone. But sadly, that's not how it works. It's just if I have podcasts, it's kind of like creating a playlist, but for podcasts. And I got a place I can put them if I do podcast. Which I'm not going to do. All right. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't feel like that is the other side of tripping that I'm not a huge fan of. It keeps you up. I don't feel like jittery and all fucking anxious like I do on a hard trip or like on acid or whatever. But it is 1 o'clock in the morning, and I guess at some point I should start winding down. But I am having a lot of fun. I'm actually thinking about eating some more mushrooms. But I should probably stop at some point and think about going to bed. There's always tomorrow night. We'll have to remember that. Maybe tomorrow night we'll come in fresh. And we'll eat like a significant amount, like right at 8 o'clock when we get started. Or maybe we'll even go live a bit early or something like that. And that way I can, if you guys have to get up for work on Monday morning or something, you can stay up a few hours with me while I trip a little harder or something. Yeah, Zaphod's been I'm calling you Zaphod now because I'm reading it. Zini has been up all damn night for this, so I hope it paid off for you there. Well, it should have paid off. You got the chaps. You wore me down all night long. You finally wore me down, and I showed off the chaps. I had to dust those fuckers off. They've been hanging up there forever. I don't know. I'm nobody could do Mushroom Mondays. Start a new podcast altogether and just do Mushroom Mondays. I don't know. Maybe I'll start thinking about eating mushrooms more frequently because they really do seem to be clearing my head up in the sense of like the non-turbulent whirlwind. Obviously, this level of eating mushrooms every day I wouldn't be functional. I wouldn't want to drive, a vehicle, for example. So if there was a day I'm working, obviously I'm not going to be out there fucking eating mushrooms while I'm not driving my truck around. But, doing my live streams and stuff like that, hanging out, fucking off around the house. I spend a lot of time doing that. So I could maybe, let me push my nose up and wiggle around again for you. I could probably spend more time doing that if I could find myself a source of mushrooms that was good and reliable. I'm interested in trying those chocolate bars. That sounds yummy. Because what I'm eating tastes like fucking ass. If you've never had mushrooms before, they're not good. We could have Sunday Shroom Day. Sunday Shroom Day. Let's see, little piggy eyes. Have you gotten to the part with Shooty and Bang Bang? I don't think they're actually named in the book, but have you got to the part in the book with the cops and the cops talking about how we're not just any 2-bit cops with little piggy eyes and no conversation? If you haven't got to that part yet, you need to. Actually, I don't think you have gotten that part yet because that's close to the end of the book. But that's Shooty and Bang Bang. Last half an hour or so, yeah. That was Douglas Adams. Those two characters are very clearly meant to be parodies of American cops. Who's, back in the '70s, if you watch any '70s cop show, Dirty Harry, for example, like, just shoot your way out of whatever problem. Like, that was the solution to everything. You just fucking pull your gun out and start shooting. From an English person's point of view, that was his perception of, the American cop thing that he just didn't get. And so those two characters and the story, Shooty and Bang Bang, that's their fucking names. That's who that's kind of meant to represent. So when you get to that part, keep that in mind. That was Douglas Adams, a little bit of social commentary on 70s police procedurals. Starsky and Hutch is a good one. Cagney and Lacey, although Cagney and Lacey's from the 80s. That was a little different. They tried to go feminine. You had women that would just pull out guns and shoot people. That made it all fucking feminist, because the women could still shoot people just as good as the men could shoot people. I feel like it's been 6 hours since I've had a drink of my iced tea. God damn, that was refreshing. I'll even dab my mouth for you guys because I'm dainty. All right. All right, everybody. When did I originally start saying I was going to wind down and get out of here? Like 10:30 or something like that? 11 o'clock. But I really feel like I should start winding down now. I am starting to get physically tired. I want to probably get to sleep at some point tonight. Any other requests? Any other wacky stuff you want to talk about or see tonight? I mean, I don't know how much wackier I can get. I gave you a bent over shot in my shorts and I showed you putting on and taking off my chaps. So that's some pretty good shit there, I think. Yeah, I think you've reached peak me. Barney Fife, he carried the bullet in his pocket. Yeah, I don't know. You guys haven't seen nothing yet. I did have fun though tonight, and I'm still having fun. We'll see again. I definitely feel like I'm winding down. I don't feel like I got the energy anymore. I'm starting to physically get tired. I can feel my back is starting to be like, dude, just gotta fucking sleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. But who knows? Like I said, maybe here, let me point my nose up in the air again. Here, I'll give you a profile. Let me sticking my nose up in the air this time. Make it more interesting for you. Yeah, I think it'll be more fun. I think it'll be a different experience if I, just have a harder trip or just a more intense trip. This little doses every few hours, like when I can physically feel me sort of winding down from the first batch I ate a while ago, or definitely cresting the plateau. Like, okay, this is as much as it's going to be, and after a little while, eating a little bit more, maybe taking it up to a little slightly higher plateau or something like that. Again, testing the waters. Literally the first time to like 3 o'clock this afternoon was the first time in 20 years I've eaten mushrooms, and here I'm already doing a 4 or 5 hour live show tripping. So that's pretty good, I would say, as far as my comfort level of, putting myself out there and being vulnerable, tripping on camera in front of people. I normally reserve tripping for alone time because you don't know what the fuck's you're gonna get. Having said that, I usually trip pretty fucking hard when I trip. So this has been a very mild sort of entry level to see how it would be, but it's been fun. And I think you guys have enjoyed yourselves. At least I would like to think you guys have enjoyed yourselves. So maybe, I don't know if it'll be tomorrow night, probably be tomorrow night, but we'll see about maybe starting it with going in fresh, not tripping to begin with, and then maybe half an hour in or something like that, we'll say, all right, and we'll go ahead and then we'll eat some, more significant amount of mushrooms. And that way, instead of gradually stepping it up, we'll just go from nothing to boom. You just had 2 grams smack you all at once. And then suddenly, oh, now I'm starting to see the room move around or something. Because I still swear I'm just not getting the goddamn visuals that I was hoping for. Oh, well. Dude, those chaps are heavy and warm. I just got done telling you I don't like wearing anything. Like I considered several times tonight taking the shirt off, thinking, well, you can not wear a shirt on YouTube. I'm allowed to not have a shirt on. But then I thought, yeah, but my microphone's attached to it, and I don't think people are ready for that much Dan. And so I left the shirt on all night. But I have really, really been thinking about taking the shirt off for about the last 3 hours. So I'm definitely not going to be wearing them fucking chaps all night. That was a treat for you guys for me to put them on. But they weighed about 40 pounds, and they're again just heavy black suede on my skin. Is not my idea of a good time. Sexy, and I know there's always a price to pay for sexy. No woman likes wearing high heels. They don't wear them because they're fucking comfortable. I'm just not willing to put myself through that much trauma for your guys' sexiness. You wear your own damn high heels. Yeah, if anybody asked me about the chaps, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who's this chap you're talking about? Like, pip cheerio, what chapter are you talking about? I barely even started with pants. I did I did have to take the legs of my underwear and roll them up so they're shorter than my shorts, because even my short pairs of underwear are still that much longer than the shorts on the shorts. So if I didn't want to be walking around looking like I was wearing a pair of shorts over a pair of running shorts or something, I needed to roll up my sleeves, so to speak. So I am actually wearing drawers underneath of my little sexy shorts. I just had to roll them up so you couldn't see them. A little behind the scenes information that you probably didn't need or want to know. That's not how it works around here. You get what I fucking give you and you like it, or you just stop watching, which is what a lot of people do. But most of you like it and you know it. All right, everybody. I think it's time to start winding down. What do you say? Any other requests? Any other suggestions? Hang on, let me get you on up here. All right, I'm gonna move this damn light behind my head again because it's gonna hit me in the fucking. You can do it this way so it's not blinding me, but you. But I'll do it this way. I'm gonna close my eye first. Oh yeah, that would be so blinding if I had my eye open right now. Yeah. That would have been a terrible idea. Glad I didn't do it. I am still streaming. I think I will probably forever remember this stream as well. I had fun. I even enjoyed putting the chaps on for everybody. At first, I thought I was going to be. See, I don't mind doing that kind of stuff at all. I get a kick out of that. I think that's hilarious, and I even don't get a. I don't even mind having some people go like, "What the fuck did I tune into?" And I, see that number go down by a few people. That always kind of makes me smile because I can only imagine. For one thing, most people that tune back out very quickly. My average view time is very short, so in all likelihood. If you were here hearing me talking my way up to it, you were sticking around to see it. Anybody that just popped in soon enough to see me suddenly putting on chaps or something, just the fuck is this? Nope. That's funny.
And so when I see that number go down by a few, I always know that's probably a few people that just tuned in fairly recently and didn't know what the fuck to expect. They weren't expecting that. That's not what they signed up for. But I get a kick out of that kind of stuff. So if I wasn't worried about how you guys would take it, I would have a fucking blast on my live streams. It's just, the part of the problem, I don't know if problem's the right word, but part of the issue is that I'm a fish keeping channel. I know I am. I know I don't feel like it anymore, and I'm just tired of the whole fish keeping thing. Not tired of doing it. I'm just tired of talking about the fucking nitrates and the goddamn doing another water change on camera. You guys understand what I mean. But I'm still a fish keeping channel. It's Everyday Fish Keeping is the name of my channel. It's all, and so I still feel somewhat obligated to not be too just, the Dan Rogan experience, and just letting it all hang out there. I'd be so much more fun than Joe Rogan. He's a dumbass. I'm clever and funny. He's just a dumbass. But he's personable, and he gets good guests on the show, and he knows how to keep a conversation going. He's listenable. He is a dumbass, but he's easy to listen to, and he's a fun show, and all that kind of stuff. And I could do that. So, I don't know if I could do Joe Rogan style. I'm obviously busting his chops, but he's a very talented individual. It's, you don't get to be where he is podcasting wise, and, just chatting with people by not having a lot of fucking talent. But I could definitely have some fun just, being myself and having a good time. I don't know if I got the audience for it or not. And I don't know if this is the proper place for it, which is, again, it brings us back to the conversation about starting my own podcast. So I'm not going to. I still really, really want to hit on some fucking nicotine so bad. I feel like I could end the night if I just I feel like I would just be able to go, that would be the thing that finished my evening for me. Like, all right, everybody, I can go to bed now. I have my nicotine. I can roll over and go to sleep. Like I could do a hit of nicotine and then smoke a cigarette afterwards. All right, let's finish off what was in this little container. Can you see that? If I hold it in the proper place for you. So that last little bit in there is what we're going to try to get out. And we're going to do it with this terrifying, scary torch that I lit way too close to my face for effect. I did feel the heat off of that. I am definitely a chatting force of nature. I got the gift of gab. I will definitely put my hand up to that. I'm one of those kids that my mom couldn't wait for me to talk until I started talking and couldn't wait for me to shut the fuck up, and I still haven't yet. Not bad. And I only did half of what was in there. We still saved myself another little bit. All right, damn it. There's 23 of you out there, according to my numbers. You guys can say stuff, I enjoy chatting with Zini, but you all else can say somebody. You all else can say somebody too. That's fucking good English. I talk good. The rest of you may participate as well. How's that? I forgot it's the curse of Zini. As soon as Zini starts talking, everybody runs away. But I will say that they haven't run away. We still got 23 people watching. They're just not chatting anymore. I do see. It's the curse of Zini. Zine Tut. Zine Common? I don't know how I would portmanteau Zini and Tutankhamun, but you get the idea. It's the curse of Zini. I still didn't quite finish that, but we will. Hang on. Keep hanging. Oh, nice, Toasty Ghosty. Yeah, you're going way back because I started with Dan Hiteschew a long time ago. All right, let me. Jesus Christ. Your God can't help you now. Let me work my way through that. I tried to get it in 2, but I couldn't do it. Should have paced myself and gone for 3. I can predict the future if you want. I don't know if it'll be right or not, but I can make some predictions. Why not? I can definitely make some predictions about like when the sun's going to come up, when the next lunar eclipse is going to be. You have to give me a minute while I Google it, but I can do that. See, that is the difference between religion and science. Science can predict the future. Religion cannot. Science will tell me when a lunar eclipse is going to be 1,000 years in the future. No religion can do that. Dave. Have I ever seen a UFO? Depends on what you mean when you say UFO. By definition, yes, I've seen things in the sky that I was unable to identify. Have I seen alien spaceships? No. God damn. There must have been more snuck up in this corner than I realized. I still didn't finish that. Underfish objects. Never seen any underfish object. So yeah, again, I've seen weird shit in the sky that I wasn't able to figure out what it was. But again, I don't think it was anything supernatural or out of this world or anything like that. It was just something I couldn't personally identify. Weird lights at night that were, made some shape or something. It's probably airplanes flying in a configuration or something, but I don't know. It was just these weird lights in a, square shape or whatever flying by. I don't think much about stuff like that when I see it. I see all kind of shit I can't identify. It doesn't mean it's fucking magic. Take me with you. I don't know. Grass is always greener. Well, they've actually changed it. It's not UFO anymore. And the guy who coined the phrase UFO actually wanted it to be pronounced UFO, but nobody agreed with him and just said UFO. And he was like, God damn it. And everybody just still calls it UFO. But he wanted it to be pronounced UFO. But they've actually changed it to, what is it now? A UAP, an unidentified aerial phenomena or something like that. They've changed the official designation. There's no such thing on the books anymore as a UFO. As far as like government research or stuff like that, they do still look into stuff. They've just updated the phraseology of it, kind of like the way it's not alcoholism anymore. It's alcohol abuse disorder is what they call it, for reasons, and they're good reasons. I'm not arguing with it, or just we've updated things. We know things differently now. We've changed the way we look at the world, and we've made updates. So there's no such thing as a UFO technically anymore. It's unidentified aerial phenomena or something like that is what the classification is now. But again, yeah, the definition of me seeing something I don't know what it is versus is it fucking the TARDIS or a spaceship or something, like, no, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. All right, Ultramagnetic. I don't know what to tell you other than stop watching his videos. That seems like a pretty fucking cut and dry solution to me there. It doesn't seem like a difficult life choice or anything. I don't know what else to tell you. If you don't like his videos, then fucking stop watching them. I don't know. That's what I do. I haven't watched one of his videos ever.
Yeah, I've never watched a Father Fish video. I've watched some of a Father Fish video, and I've chatted with him back in the past. I haven't actually spoken verbally, but converse, chatting. Um, God, in years now. We have our things in common, but we have our disagreements too. I don't feel like we need to go into another conversation about Father Fish. But if you don't like his attitude in his videos or whatever, then just like I said, just don't fucking watch him anymore. It's pretty easy. There's all kinds of videos out there that I don't like. Who's the winner of the next Super Bowl? Well, science can't predict everything. He may be watching. I don't care if he's fucking watching. I talk shit about him all the time. If he's going to get upset about me talking shit about him, he would have done that years ago. In fact, I did talk shit about him in a video that he was watching, and he chimed in and said something about it. It was way back in the day. If you guys haven't heard the story already, I'll tell you why not. Hang on, let me finish this last hit. It was way back when I still gave a fuck and I was shooting videos every day and doing, just fish keeping stuff. And I was a lot more invested in what was going on in the community and all that shit back when I was enthusiastic about it. And I started to become distressed at all the comments I was getting from people and emails, and like people were contacting me, and a lot of people were saying in the comments, under my videos and stuff like that, we're talking about things that Father Fish was saying clearly that were hang on. You guys know how he has his way he likes to do his aquariums and whatever. And I'm not even going to bitch about the idea that it's my way or the highway. That's a separate issue, and I take that issue as well. But gotta say his name and looking in a dark mirror and the fucking with the candle behind me. The way he has his tank set up, his system or whatever, his technique or whatever, it's very sophisticated. It really is. He has these complex ecosystems that he sets up, but he talks about it as though it's one of those fucking pamphlets you get with your first aquarium. So you want to start your first fish tank, and then he's talking about these self-sustaining, no water change tanks that have mud from the local creek and all this fucking bacteria, fauna that's all that. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, slow down. Let people understand how the goddamn nitrogen cycle works before you tell them how to build a self-sustaining fucking ecosystem on Mars. But he would talk about it as though it was, this is just how you do it. Like it's a fucking goldfish tank. Like it was simple and basic and easy. And I would get comments from people all the time that clearly did not understand what he was saying. They'd get bits and pieces of it, but they'd misunderstand what he was saying. They clearly thought it was way fucking easier to do than it is. And we're just coming away from his videos. Did you see the big splash in the tank behind me? Coming away from his videos with this, like, just going to go set up my own fucking, self-sustaining ecosystem now. And then would act like I'm a dumbass because I don't know. You're not doing it the way Father Fish said to do. I can get fuck off and you tell me how to do my goddamn tank like Father Fish. I heard that. That's why we have a thing about Father Fish here. I got that shit so much back in the day of people telling me I wasn't doing it right because Father Fish says. And then I'd hear some dumb shit and they wouldn't be quoting him correctly. They wouldn't fully understand what he meant or whatever. But I heard what Father Fish says so goddamn many times that I finally sat down and shot a video about it. And I didn't say his name or anything like that, but I basically started explaining how just because somebody explains to you, blah, 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 just basically going over all the same stuff I just bitched about, how this is not easy. This is more complex and there's more than one way to do a tank and you don't have to set it up this way, et cetera, et cetera. And he chimed in the comment section down below, like, dude, like, why don't you just go ahead and, it might even have been one of my first live streams. He might have popped in right in the live stream. And he's like, dude, why don't you just go ahead and say my name? You've all but fucking named me with the way you're describing, because I did. I really just described his technique and the way he, and he's like, why don't you just name me? And I was like, well, since you said something, okay. And then we just had a conversation about it right then and there. So anything I say in my live streams, I've said to him before. He knows that I've told him I have issues with the way he treats these very sophisticated systems as though they're simple. And I also take issue with the way he treats it like this is the correct way to keep fish. And if you're not doing it the way I said to do it, then you're a fucking dumbass that doesn't know how to keep fish, you idiot. And I don't agree with that kind of mentality. And maybe I'm exaggerating the way he says that a little bit, but just a little bit, I think, because he really is a condescending bastard when it comes to not doing things his way. At least that's been my impression. God, suck it, Joe Rogan. I could do such a better live show than Joe Rogan. I don't know. I sort of know who Kevin Novak is by name, but I don't know enough about him. I've just heard a million people say that he's an asshole. Like I don't know anything about the guy. I'm not passing any judgment whatsoever. I'll pass some judgment on Father Fish just because I can. But I don't know the Kevin Novak guy. But I have heard a lot of people say he's just an insufferable fucking dick. That doesn't surprise me. The world's full of insufferable dicks. I'm kind of an insufferable dick when you think about it. I'm just have a good sense of humor about it, and I kind of know it, and so I don't take myself too seriously. But yeah, I'm kind of an insufferable dick when you think about it. I know I can be a real asshole when I want to be. If you fucking get on the wrong side of me, I can be a fucking dick, to say the least. The deep substrate guy, I don't know. Oh, god damn. For as fucking buff as I am, you wouldn't know I had such a bum fucking shoulder. Man, it's a fucking gun show, isn't it? Look at that. Hell yeah. God, I just keep getting sexier. The older I get, the better I look. Plenum versus deep sand bed. I had my go around with Father Fish and his damn deep sand bed bullshit too, and I've been my whole fucking thing with it. Fuck all that deep sand bed bullshit. Just say here, I'll tell you how to set your goddamn fish tank up. Now I feel like I should start doing YouTube videos about how to set fish tanks up again. God, don't drag me back down that road. Just when I was trying to walk away, you guys dragged me back. How did we wind up doing a fucking Mushroom Bonanza 19-hour live stream till 2 o'clock in the fucking morning, and you guys ended up with me talking about deep substrate, fish tank stuff? You would have thought that would have been earlier, and then we would have got weirder as we went. We kind of peak weirded a little while ago, and now we're just kind of talking fish tank stuff, which seems kind of even weirder when you really think about it. Is that weird, or is the weird weird? Because the weird was pretty weird by YouTube standards. But as I've said, one of my favorite lines, as quoted by Zaphod Beeblebrox, and you're a long way from this one, Zini. Father, I was gonna say whoever brought up Father Fish knew what they were doing. I was gonna stop and say that earlier. I was like, nah, you guys will figure that out. Zaphod Beeblebrox was at the customer service at the desk at the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and a weird alien bug thing that he was talking to licked its own eyeballs while he was talking to it. He's like, listen, don't you try to out weird me. I eat weirder shit than you for breakfast. So I always think about that. I love Zaphod Beeblebrox. He's one of my best characters ever. But yeah, don't fucking try to out weird me. I always wonder what people think of when they say weird. Because you hear it a lot. We've talked about this before, or I've talked about this before. You guys have listened about this before. Everybody says that, like, oh, no, be weird. I like weird. And, like, let your freak flag fly. Everybody says that. But then nobody really seems to actually like somebody that's fucking weird. Like, that's what weird is. Like, weird is the guy that doesn't fit in at the party, and we like, that's a weird motherfucker. Like, you don't hang out with the weird guy. He's fucking weird. That's what the nature of being weird is. And so I always find it strange that people say that. And every time they say that, I always just smile and say, yeah. And I'm thinking, you motherfuckers have no idea. I would so weird you out if I ever really just like decided to weird you out. And I don't. I try to be personable. I have no idea about that, Robert. But yeah, don't try to out weird me. I have weirder shit than that in my breakfast cereal. I can't remember the exact line. I think that's what he said. I have weirder shit than that in my breakfast cereal or something. All right. I still want to eat more mushrooms, but I really don't. It is almost 2:00 in the morning. What time did we start? 8? God, this is almost a 6-hour live stream. I wonder how much battery life I'm going to have left on my mic packs here. I can't believe they're still going. That's crazy. All right, everybody. I guess we should really shut it down. We'll go till 2:00 and then we'll call it good. I'll see if the mic lasts till 2:00. We're going to be here till the fucking sun comes up the rate we're going, or till the battery dies or something. Keep isopods one day. Maybe. Don't I already have something like isopods? Aren't my little jumpy bugs isopods? I thought they were. I don't know if they are or not now. All right, let us commence with another bong hit. Springtails, exactly. Well, I thought an isopod was just any kind of. Oh, God, my fucking shoulder. Kind of glad I didn't go out paddling today. My shoulder's not ready for it. That's a bad idea. Let's not put that there. I don't know why I'm holding that. Well, I do know why I'm holding that because I'm tripping and I just hold stuff. I don't know why I hold stuff. Somebody tagged Father Fish. I have no idea who tagged you, Father Fish. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, if I finally start seeing like fucking rainbows and fucking sequins and shit, hell yeah, we'll keep going. Yes, I am actually still using the Whisper HOBs, and they are still quiet. They're whisper quiet, you would even say. At least I would say, because that's the kind of thing I say. There we go. Look at all them fucking rainbows. I got a rainbow light up here. I don't think the batteries are charged, though. I got this a long time for show support for Anita. Oh, yeah, we still got some. Oh, you guys are looking at the back of it. Well, you can kind of see it lit up there a little bit. There you go. Everybody, we walk around. I try when I get the live stream going. I try to have the light behind me somewhere. So let me see. There we go. I always try to have the light behind me somewhere so you can see it like just above my head. So I look like I got a halo of rainbow. A halo of rainbow. That's a pretty good band name. if you want, I can give you a better angle than that. I get you a better screensaver than that. Because again, I don't mind goofing off, being silly or whatever, getting good stuff like that. I like the picture Bob took earlier. The screen, me with my glasses on. Ugh, excuse me. You know, I'm going to talk about BJ's Wholesale Club for a minute. All right, Father Fish, if you seriously woke up to come here for this, I sincerely apologize. I don't know who tagged you or why or whatever. Well, I do know why. We were talking shit about you. So maybe that's why. I don't know. But I'm sorry if that woke you up. This was totally not worth you getting out of bed to see me talking about that. Anyway, back to the important shit. BJ's Wholesale Club. What was I going to say about BJ's Wholesale Club? Oh, I saw something there today that I thought about. Well, it's not a bad deal. It was a case of Vienna sausages, and I looked at it for a minute, and I thought, yes, they will last, and they'll, I can put them on the shelf. And do I want a case of Vienna sausages? And the way I thought about it, just like when I bought the razors, I got a really good deal on the razors. Hey, CP, zooming, nice. Just like the deal with the razors that I got, it was a good deal if you think about it all at once, but I'm going to be using those razors over a course of like several years. And if you do it that way, I'm saving like $2 a year on my razors. And with the Vienna sausages, it was the same way. I usually buy 3 or 4 cans at a time, and it takes me a while to go through them. So if I bought that case, yeah, I'd be saving 20 cents a can or something. But I'm gonna get that amount of savings over the course of a year. You save $3 over the course of a year. It's just it's not worth it. Like those wholesale clubs and those places where you get those big discounts, they really only work for certain items, or if you're in certain circumstances, like you got a big family, or if you've got a store and you need to buy large quantities of stuff to, supply employees and things like that. But for me and the missus, we'll get our money out of our don't worry about that. I know you guys weren't worried. But we'll get our money's worth out of our membership. But it's not like it's some amazing savings and we're going to do all kinds of good shopping and stuff there. There's 2 or 3 things that we'll buy there regularly enough, and we'll save enough on those items alone that we'll get our money's worth out of our membership. But it's not all it's cracked up to be. You're doing it wrong if you use gravel or Eco Complete. I don't. Well, okay, that's fine. I don't give a fuck what he said. I like Vanna sausages, but I only like the Libby brand. I don't like the Armor. I like the Libby. Yeah, the Libby are the good one. I can't set that over there. I'm going to knock it down. I still feel like I don't want to lean on that either. I want to lean on something, damn it. I'll lean on you guys. I really feel like this has been a bummer of a trip for you guys because, I don't know. when you're tripping, like, shouldn't I be talking about like whether we're all angels dancing on the head of a pin? I mean, we kind of dabbled into the idea of whether or not the universe was inside of a black hole or whatever, but that's just silly talk. I don't even want to get into that. But no, we talk about Vienna sausage and whether it's a good deal to buy it by the case or not. I don't know if that's the kind of stuff you want to talk about tripping or not, but I always say you never know what you're going to get with me. And if that ain't proof, I don't know what is. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I did too. And I'm down to 9 people, so we're finally starting to dwindle. I had down to 5 people. Everybody's fucking rolling out now. Damn. So, all right, we're going to just go ahead and call it now since we're down to almost nobody. Thanks, everybody. I'm glad you had fun. We will be back again later this evening, Sunday night from a